the umpire to ball to Skillicky. Skillicky is back and pushing this one down towards the backward square leg region. And they're going to get a single. So 4 runs the total. And at the end of the over, the Beamerz are 4 without loss.
That was a fairly economical over bowl by Northern League. And the Beamerz are off with 4 without loss so far. And it appears from what we're seeing that the spinners are going to make an impression in this game.
It looks like it's going to be Hubbard there from the city and who's going to be coming into the attack. So spin straight away.
Precisely. I think that the pointers are going to be relying heavily on the spinners to the pointers in this game.
They have a number of spinners. They have likes of Oliver Walker still to bowl, Amara Banks still to bowl. So multiple spinners left in the shed.
A very strong spin attack by the pointers today.
It's going to be Herbert from the city and operating. There's a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. It's Herbert. Running past. Well, umpire puts out his hand now as the field is being adjusted just a bit. Backward square coming a bit squarer. And it's Herbert now. Past the umpire into ball to Richardson. He's forward and driving circumspectly down the ground. That will be no run. So it's going to be a very slow day. It's going to be Herbert again. Herbert, another right arm off spinner. Passing the umpire now into ball to Richardson. He again, this one has wrapped him on the back pad. And Latos says the umpire and a chance for a quick run out. But throw may have gone out to the wrong end on that occasion. Look to go towards the keeper. So it's runs. 5 runs the total now for the Beamerz. See Skillicky back surveying the field. This Lake. Now into ball to Dylan Skillicky. He's back and working this one away towards a short square leg field, or that will be no run. A very packed leg side field. There's about 5 there on the leg side, including 2 men there on the leg side boundary. So a very clear plan of attack here as it's Herbert now. The ball. This one is a chance for a sweep shot. Maybe a bit of an edge on that occasion. They're gonna look for 2 and they'll get the second run easily. So good running by Skillicky and Richardson. Score moves on to 7. So 7 without loss of the Beamerz. A pretty slow start, but with spin in the attack, you have to sympathize with them a bit. They haven't been able to get pace on the ball. Herbert walking away again, just bowling a very good line and length there. Maybe just back of a good length and turning back in towards the batsman. Herbert again. Now past the umpire and bowls this one, and this one is dabbed down towards backward square. There's a fielder there. And they'll take 1. Backward point actually was the position there. And at the end of over number 2, it is 8 without loss.
Yes, 8 without loss at the end of over. And then that was again a pretty tidy over from Herbert from the northern end. And as you can see, and as we've been saying, spinners are going to make the difference to in this inning so far.
Well, you have to give plaudits to the captain, Leon Lake, for selecting pretty much a pure spin attack. It's going to be Lake again. As they keep pretty much the same field. As it's Lake now. Number 11 on his back. Now to ball to Richardson. Looking to drive. This one drives it beautifully up and over the cover region. That's 4 runs. A fantastic drive over cover. And it raced into the boundary. 1 bounce 4. Like he's going to have to tighten up his line a bit, maybe a bit too wide, considering the field that he has right now. And you see Omar making some adjustments. He's brought the backward square in, and he's pushing back his deep cover point. So now he has protection on both the off and the leg side. It's Lake again. into ball to Richardson. He's driving it one up and over mid-off this time. That's going to be 4 runs. So he's not on this occasion. He's taking the attack to the bowling and it's hit 2 4s in a row.
Yes. And we see Richardson intending to accelerate the scoring rate here with 2 very good shots there. One to the cover boundary and one in the direction of long off for 4. Very powerful this shot here. So it's intent that Richardson seems intent on getting on with the scoring rate for the Beamerz at this stage. So it's now 16 for 2.
16 without loss.
16 without loss in the course of the 3rd over.
Yes, we did see Captain Lake as well as Omari Banks having a bit of a conversation with Northern Lake, and now they've brought in the deep mid wicket and they've pushed back the long off. It's Lake now into ball to Richardson, and he's forward and pushing this one back down to the bowler for no run. So a better length there. He was maybe a bit too full, a bit brave in the flight, and was taken to the boundary on both occasions. It's Lake now onto ball to Richardson. It's shorter and pulled straight to a short mid wicket fielder. That's no run again. So Lake is pulled back the length very well to start off with. Northern Lake passes the umpire Ralph Harshner into ball to Richardson. This livery Richardson is driving over towards the deep cover point, looking for 2. He'll only get a single. So 17 the score now, 17 without loss. The Beamerz in the first innings of this encounter against the Pointers. Northern Lake. That's a dead ball, as we're seeing. Again, changes being made in the field by Omari Banks. He's brought in both the deep cover point and the mid-off, so there's nobody back. Lake on the ball to Richardson. Shot and missing everything, including the wicket keeper. The scamper through for a single. He looked to pull, and it missed the stump, missed the pads, and missed the keeper, and ran back towards the long leg fielder. They'll pick up a single. So at the end of over number 3, the Pointers have the Beamerz at 18 without loss.
What happened with the adjustments that we saw just now? I think the Banks was trying to ensure that Richardson remained as on the non-striker's end, because he is intent on increasing the scoring rate. But that did not work out, and we are now having Herbert to bowl to Richardson, Lindell Richardson, at the Northern Pavilion end.
So it's going to be Herbert. That's Andrew Herbert there for the Pointers. We'll be walking away from the city end. You know, some very interesting fields being set by Captain Leon Lake. It's a deep backward square and a deep long off. Herbert now to ball to Richardson. He's looking at, he missed one, and he was very slow, was the backward point fielder. It was a big heaver. Richardson came off the edge, and I think the fielder was looking for the ball at the boundary, but it came directly to him. And he was very late to react. And he put that one down, you have to say, because it was a clear-cut opportunity.
That was an opportunity which went a begging there for the Pointers. Perhaps they may rule missing that chance at the end of this game.
It was a dangerous Lindell Richardson. It's Herbert now. Into ball for Skellicky. Skellicky is turning this one down towards the leg side. They'll run one, looking for a second, and a good return throw there. They won't get the second run, so that's 20 now. 20 is up for the Beamerz at 20 without loss. So one thing that Omari Banks is not afraid to do is adjust his field, and he's doing that a whole lot here to start off with. Herbert now into ball to Skelly to Richardson, and driven down the ground and no run. So how about again now to Linda Richardson? He's looking to drive this one over the offside, but misses this one. According to the coach, Charlotte Hall, she was cutting cane on that occasion.
Well, that one was shorter and much faster, and Richardson attempted to force that one through the covers, missed and was through the wicketkeeper. No damage done.
How about to Richardson? He's looking to pull this one. There's a man down there, but he won't be able to stop it. It's all the way for 4 runs. Pulled well by Lindell Richardson. Picks up 4 more. So Lindell, he's really looking to take the attack to the bowlers to start off with.
It is obvious that he is intent on increasing the scoring rate for the game. In your early in the T20 format, you can score.
But this is going to be a free hit, I believe, as it's Herbert now, and you can only pull it and push it over the cover fielder. That's 4 more runs. I believe they have 3 men out on the previous delivery, so it ended up being a no ball and a free hit. But I don't think I saw a signal by the umpire, but I counted the deep backward point, the deep backward square was out, the long off was out, and the deep backward point was out. So I counted 3 men out, but I don't know if the umpire gave it on that occasion, but is it 29 or 28 scorer? 27. So 27 without loss after 4 overs. It's going to be late to continue. So with the amount of spinners that they have, they look like they're going to bowl out the spinners from both ends. They do have the likes of Oliver Walker still have not bowled a ball as yet. And I don't know, is he playing? Looking at the lineup right now, we do know Leon Lake can roll over, is on the ball a few off spinners as well. They do have John, who's one of the leading wicket takers for the tournament, but he's a pace bowler. It's not that Lake. Now the ball to Skelke. He's looking to heave it, and he gets it through the gap there in the mid-wicket reach and will run all the way to the boundary for 4. They brought up the man from the mid-wicket boundary. I don't know why, because he's an off spinner. So you would want a sweep on the leg side, but they have a long off and a sweep on the offside. And with
the strong breeze, it's likely with whatever tone, it's likely to get the ball going through the mid-wicket region.
So again, you might have. We did see that in the last game. We questioned a bit of the field placement by Leon Lake, and it's maybe coming to the fore again. Both him and Amara Banks are setting fields right now, so it's Lake. Now into ball to Skeleke, driven through the offside. It gets past the short cover field, and we have a bit of poor fielding. They'll look for the second, and they'll get it very easily. Good feeling there on the offside by the long off fielder, coming around towards a cover region and preventing 2 extra runs. They ran 2, so the score moves on to 33. Lake on the ball to Skeleke, driving this one, and again past Leon Lake, the captain at short cover, and they'll run 2 more runs. Captain Lake, he's had 2 misfields in a row there at short cover, and a bit of an overthrow, but no harm done. So Northern Lake, the 3rd most economical bowler for the tournament here so far, runs away from us now into ball to Skeleke. And driven high, and was that taken?
No,
up and over, just over the fielder's hands. It was a risky drive. It was aerial and maybe 2 centimeters above the hands of the backward point fielder and for 4.
It was a very exceptionally good effort on the part of the fielder to take that catch, but it has resulted in another 4 runs for the Beamerz, and that takes the score to 39, is it?
Yes, 39 without loss, and a pretty good start, and maybe the opposite of what the opponents would have wanted. If you're starting with spin from both ends, you would want to restrict the run rate. But with it being felt 10 without loss after 5 overs, they're not quite doing that. Lake now. The ball to this one is driven down the ground, but there's a man that is to provide some protection, and they'll only get the single. So the 40 is up now. The Beamerz are 40 without the loss of a wicket as yet. We have to see the likes of Rogers and Ashley White as it's Lake, and this one is looking to pull over towards the leg side, but a bit fast on that occasion. So at the end of over number 5, the Beamerz are moving at 8 and over, with it being 40 without loss. 5
5 overs. 5 overs completed the score and 40 without
5
loss. What we saw at that, the last over there by Northern there was some misfeeling by captain, resulting in some extra runs, and I'm sure that they are going to make a difference. But you can see the intent of both batsmen, both Skellecki and Richardson, to go after the spinners now. Runs have been flowing much freer since the first 2 overs.
So it'll be Herbert to continue. But I think we're seeing a substitute fielder being brought on. I think that's the man Kartik, who's made his way onto the field now for the Pointers. Not sure who he has replaced as yet. But it's going to be Herbert to continue. Herbert runs in the pose this one off the pad, and actually no, off the keeper's pad. It's a wide signal, so he'll have to bowl that one over. 41 the score, 41. It's going to be Herbert from the city end now. Into bowl to Richardson, and this was driven high, hard, handsome. You can meet that one on the boundary. That's all the way for 6 while in there, Richardson. It was frightened up by Herbert, and it traveled a fair distance up and over the side screen there, and all the way for 6. The score was on to 47. Let's get it. 6 win. It's actually Skellecki was the batsman there, so he's not been the aggressor of the 2 to start off with, but that was a very good shot by Dylan Skellecki. I think they're still looking for. Yes, they do have it now. It's in the hands of the long off fielder. But it was an extremely good shot by Dylan Skellecki. It was very classy, you have to say.
He used his feet to the pitch of the ball, and it was well timed. He came straight back, high, over the scoreboard for a massive 6.
So it's going to be Herbert to continue. Is it? No, I don't think it is. I think Herbert is injured. I think John is going to be taking over the over now, so he'll be bowling from the city and to continue this over. That's something we've seen too often in the tournament, but I don't think Herbert can continue. I think Herbert may have got himself injured. I'm not sure on that delivery. Yeah, he's down there at the long on boundary, I think. I'm not quite sure as to what happened there. Maybe a bit of a shoulder injury.
Bending over a bit here, and his holding his
But it's John. Now into ball to Skelly Key. Picked up again. Over square leg. All the way for 6. And a no ball. So this is not a good start by John Calendar. We're waiting on the umpire's signal. But it did go all the way for 6. And it's a no ball, so a free hit. And the score is 54, I believe. Skelly Key is really timing the ball extremely well. It's Calendar. John Calendar. Now, free hit ball. Skelly Key. That one is going to be a wide. And all the way for 4 as well. It will race into the boundary again. So that's going to be a wide at 4. So 5 runs there. And not a good start by John Calendar. He's given away a 6 and a no ball. And the free hit he bowled for a wide and 5 runs.
The replacement of John for cover, moving a rather expensive 59 now.
Calendar, and this one is full and driven eloquently over mid-off. A fantastic shot by Dylan Skellicky. That's 4 more runs. 63 the score now, and this is scintillating batting by Dylan Skellicky. 63. So it's going to be John. He's going to have to find his groove here. He's not been walking away as well as he would have liked to so far. It's John. John Calendar. Now into the ball to Skellicky again. This one driven again through the offside, racing to the extra cover boundary. You can pick that one up. That's going to be 4 runs. Dylan Skellicky is in a mood today. He is driving and driving eloquently. This one was through the covers, and the backward point fielder had no chance. John Calendar, he's been such a good bowler. He's bowled so well throughout the tournament. But he's being taken to the sword. Here he is again. Into bowler Skellicky and flicked away through backward square leg. That's 4 more runs. Dylan Skellicky. Was that a no ball? No, that's 4. He was a bit longer than the 4-run signal, but Dylan Skellicky, this is absolutely brilliant batting. John, he's been taken to the sword. He's been really taken to the sword here. They were waiting on pace, and they've got it. Into ball Skellicky again. Just pick it up. Just go to the boundary and pick it up. That's 4 more runs to Dylan Skellicky. Skellicky is in a mood, and he is going with John Calendar. Every delivery has been to the boundary. And at the end of the over, finally, the Beamerz are 75 without loss.
And what has happened there is the change, bringing in John for forward. We saw Skellicky displaying some superb batting, both on the onside, some brilliant cover tries on the offside, and flicking off the pads to the square leg 154. So the Beamerz have moved on quite quickly with 75 without loss at the end of the 7th over.
6th over.
6th over.
So good afternoon to listeners. What an exciting game we have on hand here at the James Warner Webster Park. As we say, good afternoon wherever you are listening to the broadcast. It's the Premier T20 Cricket League on a very windy, blustery afternoon here at the James Ronald Webster Park. The Beamerz pushing along quite merrily, 75 for no loss after 6 overs. Omari Banks playing his first game here for the Pointers today. He will be picking up the attack from this commentary box end, and he'll be bowling to Lindell Richardson. We got this individual scores for you as Banks goes in, right arm over the wicket, short outside the off stump, tugged into the onside, out to mid wicket, but there's a man in the deep mid wicket boundary, and another single taken there by Richardson. So it's 76 now, 76 for no loss at the start of the 7th over. 76 for no wicket, and we saw excellent batting by Dylan Skellicky in the last over. Really took Callender to the sword. Hit him all over the park here. We'll get the individual scores from our scorer, Livington Clifton, in just a while. It's 76 for no loss. 55 and 11. Here is Omari outside the legs off stump and looking to tug it around the. It eludes the keeper, John. Josiah John goes behind him, and the signal coming now a bye. So there was no bat on that occasion. 77 for no loss. Skellicky has got 55, and Skellicky and Richardson 11. 77. In this, the 7th over of 20 for the Beamerz playing against the Pointers. Omari Banks playing his very first game in the competition. Former West Indies, Leeward Islands player. Very experienced, very meticulous about his field placing. As the wind really blowing across the ground here, coming out from the northeast. Very, very stiff breeze. As Omari bowling from this the northern end. He's in now and bowls to Skellicky. To Lindell. Lindell steers it to backward point. Herbert is there. Gets himself another run. So Richardson goes to 12. And it brings into play Dylan Skellicky, who's batting so well. He's got 55. As Omari, number 45 on his back, goes in, bowls to Skellicky, who drives nicely out to long on. They looked for 2, but it's not there. There's a bit of a fumbling. They could have, but in the end they say no. So Skellicky goes to 56, Dylan, and they score on by 1 to 78 for no loss, and we're still in the 7th over of this 20 over side contest. 78 is the score. Here is Omari, right arm off break, goes into Lindell Richardson, comes easily onto the front foot, plays the ball back up on the offside. The bowler goes across to his left and picks it. Backward point, there's a sweep on the deep cover boundary, short backward square, straightish mid wicket, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Extra cover. This one is tucked into the onside, but straight to the man at that straightish mid wicket area. That's the captain, Leon Lake. And there is no run. So the first over, we haven't seen Omari in action here at the park for a very long time. Not doing too badly, certainly has pegged back things. The score is kept on 78 for no loss after 7 overs.
So after the 6th over in which Dylan Skellicky displays superb batting ball from the offside,
79 is the official score.
79 at the end of the
7 overs.
over.
7. So let's look at it here again as we look at who's coming on at that top end. That looks like, who's the bowler at the top end, Clifton? Walker. Yeah, so Oliver Walker will pick up the attack. 79 after 7 overs for no loss to Beamerz. So Oliver Walker, Skellicky has 56, Lindell has 12. Lindell Richardson. So Oliver Walker in his first bowl here this afternoon. The sun comes out, more of its glory. The winds have abated ever so slightly, momentarily. But here it, just as I spoke, picking up again. The flags are fluttering around the ground in this very, very strong breeze all night, all the weekend. In fact, for the last few days, if you like.
Correct.
Last week, even. Very, very strong breeze out of the east. So Walker will start over number 8 after 7. The Beamerz from Stony Ground area playing against the Pointers from Blowing Point and areas further towards the southwest. And Walker comes in, bowling right arm off breaks from the far end. He's in now to Skellicky, who drives powerfully into the offside field. There's a man on the deep cover boundary. He feels well. And Skellicky goes to gets his 57th run, and the score with that now to 80. 80 for no loss. In the course of over number 8, it's been bowled by Oliver Walker from the southern end of the ground. There's a man being taken out from short backward square, and there's a very, very strong offside field. So there's a backward point, there's a cover, there's a short extra cover, long off, and there's a sweep on the deep cover boundary. This one is tucked into the onside, but straight to Herbert. At short mid-wicket. There's a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and there's a man out on the backward square boundary, right back on the fence. Here is Oliver, goes in this one, carried up to Lindell, and he just manages to get the bat down in time. That could have gone on to hit the stump. 80 for no loss. Lindell is on 12. Dylan Skellecki batting so well. 57 to his name. Here is Walker with the breeze. This one is a good delivery, faster, flatter delivery, and Lindell Richardson hurries down on this one. Keeps it from shattering, clattering into the stumps. Here is Walker, right arm from that far end. He comes in, bowls this one outside the off stump, and Lindell goes back and slashes this one into the covers. The fieldsman knocks it down well, protecting it from going beyond him, but there's a sweep out there, but Lindell gets another run. He goes to 13, and the score on by 1 to 81 now for no loss in over number 8. Walker it is, right arm from the far end. He goes in now and bows to Lindell. Good delivery that time on the line of the Midland leg stumps. Push back down to the bowler. It's the end of 1 over, tidy one by Walker. At the end of 8 overs, the Beamers are 81 for no loss.
What we have seen kids doing is with the introduction of Omari and Oliver, the scoring rate has slowed considerably following an explosive, I think, 6 over by Dylan Skellecki. So we see the spinners now coming back into their own with Omari Banks and Oliver Walker putting a great
Going on now. So we're about to see the start of the 9th over. Omari Banks will continue. So after the first over, it was 4 without loss. Second over 8. Third over 18. Fourth over 27. Fifth over 40. And then we went from 40 to 75. And Skellecki really took the bowling apart. After 6 overs, it was 75 for no loss. 7, 79. And after 8, it's 81. We're about to see the start of the 9th. Omari Banks goes in, bowls to Skellecki, who swings this one. But there's a man posted on the mid-wicket boundary. He fumbles, and they amble through for a run. That is, in fact, Lindell Richardson, right? Yep, got it. So Lindell goes to 14, and it's now 82. 82 for no loss. In the 9th over of 20. So we are getting to the halfway mark. As Omari Banks goes in now and bows to Skellecki, and Skellecki turns this one, attempts to turn it into the onside. A loud appeal from the bowler Banks, but umpire Hodge just turns to signal a leg by. 83 for no loss. Skellecki 57, Richardson 14, the openers for the Beamers against the Pointers. Right arm Omari Banks carries this one right up, and Lindell comes forward and nudges it into the onside, out to mid-wicket short. Gets himself his 15th run, Lindell Richardson. 84 is the score now for no loss in over number 9. And Skellecki, who's batted so well, on 57, comes back into strike. Omari goes in, bows to Skellecki, who hits this one high, powerfully, out to wide mid-on. The fieldsman is there, looks like Oliver Walker, gets to it, and the batsman, Skellecki, gets 2. He goes to 59, and it's 86 now. 86 for no loss. Omari Banks, tall figure, former West Indies player, Leeward Islands player, played cricket in England as well. He goes in right arm short outside the off stump, goes back, there's a loud appeal. Omari comes in front, begging almost of umpire Hodge. Umpire Hodge is unmoved. An appeal for a catch at the wicket. The keeper has not appealed, but Omari was adamant that the batsman had gotten a nick. Umpire Hodge did not agree, hence he remained unmoved. 86 for no loss, still in the course of the 9th over. Omari Banks, right arm, off break, over the wicket, goes in, bows this one to the batsman Skellicky. He plays it into the onside, and there is no run. So that completes over number 9 after 9 overs. The Beamerz batting 86 for no loss. Skellicky has 59, and his partner Lyndall Richardson has 15.
Yes, if he continues the
In 6.
spinners slowing down the scoring rate at this point in time. But there's always an effort on the part of Skellicky and Richardson to get on to score.
So Walker will continue bowling from the southern end with the breeze blowing across the ground from east to west. Very stiff breeze here now. The field very widespread. Just to keep us standing up as the close catcher. Backward point cover, extra cover, long off, long on, straightish mid-wicket, fairly short, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. This one is played in the air. Omari is getting around to it. Will he take the catch? He does! He judged that ever so nicely. Omari banks out a deep mid-wicket, almost a meter 2 in from the mark, from the boundary marker. The ball was flicked in the air, it went high, and Omari had to judge it well. There's a breeze that's pushing from the east across, and Omari judged it well, and it took a good catch in the end. So we've seen the loss of Lyndall Richardson, caught off the bowling of Walker, with the score on 86 in the 10th over. So it's 86 for 1, the Beamerz, as we say good afternoon to Tony Fleming.
Good catch and a good wicket for the drawing pointers.
86 for 1 over number 10. The wicket going there, Lyndall Richardson, brilliantly caught by Omari Banks, having to run in and judge it well. There was a stiff breeze coming across. He had to get around to it. He settled under it nicely and took the catch. 86 for 1. Richardson going for 15 as we continue in over number 10. The new batsman, I've been told, is Dion Burton, but he won't be facing the batsman Cross as the catch was being taken by Omari Banks. Omari is right out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just a few meters in. So Dylan Skellicky, who's got 59 and has batted so wonderfully well today. He's played some really fine strokes. Dylan certainly looks in very good nick. Good start here for the Beamerz as Oliver Walker goes in, bows to Skellicky, who hits it into the cover area and calls Burton through for a run. 87 it is now for 1, the Beamerz. Skellicky goes to 60, and he's certainly batted well. We have some statistical details for you, which we'll share with you perhaps at the end of this over. The field been rearranged to facilitate the left-handed Dion Burton. Takes guard from umpire Colin Liddy. The umpires today, Ralph Hodge was at square leg, and umpire Colin Liddy standing in this game. The Beamerz versus the Pointers. We're into the second round of this 4-team competition, the Premier T20 Cricket League, being played here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Here is Walker round the wicket to the left hand, who drives uppishly over the head of Walker, over the head of Herbert, who's a short man. Tried to make an attempt at catching it, went over his head, out to long off. So Burton is off the mark immediately. It's 88 now. 88 for 1. So Burton is 1. Skellicky has 60. The man out, Lyndall Richardson of Walker, for 15. This one is carried up, and he hits this one high and hard over the mid-wicket boundary. We are waiting for the signal. It comes now. It's 6. It's 6, and Dylan Skellicky continues to pulverize the attack here from the Beamerz, from the Pointers. That one, he just went down and lofted it with the turn, hitting with the tide. Omari Banks was just a few feet in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, but well away from him. He went for 6. Again, here we see Skellicky driving past the man at short extra cover. Could get a couple. Will get a couple. They're turning now for the second run. So 2 more runs to Dylan Skellicky. Skellicky goes to 68 now. And the score has gone now to 94. 96, I beg your pardon, 96. Here is Walker now. Coming in, bows to Skellicky and just taps this past the keeper's right glove. There is no third man, and the ball is coming. Just hits the rope now. That's 4 more runs. And Dylan Skellicky, the run machine, he's in fine form here today. He's gone to 72. And the score now, Tony, 100. So 100 has been posted in the 10th over. So after 10 overs, the Beamerz are 100 for 1. The batsman out, Richardson for 15. Skellicky has gone to 67. And Burton has 1.
Yes, and not a good over there from Walker at all. They were able to get things pretty tightly, and Omari Banks. But Dylan Skellicky having the better of him there, 37.
Yeah, 10 gone. Yes, certainly a lot of it, Tony. But just looking at the standings, after round number 1, Super Sixers on top. They have remained unbeaten, 4 matches, winning all 4. Top of the standings with 8 points. Beamerz, 3 matches, 2 wins, 4 points. The Pointers, 3 matches, 1 victory, 2 points. And the Razor Massive are yet to score. The leading batsman of the tournament, 276 runs, Jadel Richardson, with 4 half centuries. Ashawn Hodge, 201 runs in the competition. Dean Burton, 120, and Dimitri Adams, 122. The leading bowlers so far, Yannick Leonard, 7 wickets, Ramel Adams, 6, and Mark Gukaran, 4 wickets. The most sixes, Jadel has 8, Ashawn 3, and Ashley 4. There's been 2 century partnerships. The first wicket yesterday, first wicket stand with Ashawn and Burton. And there's a second wicket century partnership, Jadel and Yusuf. So we've had 2 century partnerships in the championship thus far. So again, the Super Sixers continuing their unbeaten run. They certainly would have had their hearts in their mouths yesterday in that game against the Razor Massive, scoring 171. And the Razor Massive putting on a century opening stand, but still falling short to the Farrington Super Sixers. You're not missing any. Leave the field, and we are about to continue with the Beamerz batting here first against the Pointers. 100, exactly 100 for 1 after 10 overs. Skellicky, Dylan Skellicky, who opened the innings with Lyndall Richardson, he's still there batting merrily and batting superbly. He's got 67, and with him the new man Dion Burton has got 7. Omari Banks will continue bowling over number 11, and he will continue from the commentary box end. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Burton, Skellicky the non-striker, and Omari will be bowling to a backward point. There's a cover, wide-ish mid-off, long on, straightish mid-on, more of a straightish mid-wicket, the man going to backward square, and there's a man out that looks like Delano Mossington at deep mid-wicket. So there's a sweep on the boundary as well, on the cover boundary. So the field is pretty well spread. Dillon is 72. Oh my, oh my. How can I do that to Dillon? Depriving him of his runs, which he's played so well for. He's 72, Dillon. As Omari goes in, right arm, over the wicket, into Burton. Turns this one into the onside, down to the short backward square. Herbert is there. Picks up, lobbies the ball into the keeper. So Burton goes to 2. And it's 101. 101 for 1 in this, the 11th over of the innings. Dillon Skellicky, 72 to his name. Looks up and sees Omari Banks. Right arm off spinner. Goes in, bows to Skellicky, and Skellicky comes forward and pushes this one quite firmly back to Omari Banks. Omari took a brilliant catch to dismiss Richardson out at mid-wicket off the bowling of Walker. Omari Banks, tall figure. Number 45 on his back, goes in, bows this one to Skellicky. Drives, and he misses this. Could have been a bowl and caught and bowl. But it comes out to long off. They want a second run. And they are prevented. Driving eerily. So Dillon gets another run. He goes to 73. And it's 102 now for 1. This is the 11th over. Omari, ball struck quite powerfully back. Pushed up the hands, but it went past him, over his hands, and went out to long up. Here it is now. The Burton who drives this one along the carpet. They should get 1, perhaps 2. Yes, they do. 2 more runs to Burton. Looks good. Nice flashing drive. The blade just coming through in that nice flowing arc from the left-hander. He goes to 4. That's Burton. Dillon has 73. He's a non-striker. 103 for 1. Over number 11 in progress. Been bowled by Omari Banks. Right arm off break bowler from the commentary end. This one is slapped powerfully into the offside field. Out to wide long off. They will attempt a second. No, they don't. Truck comes in, just eludes the bowler. Backed up in the onside field. So another run to Burton. He goes to 5. And Skellicky, who has 73, comes into strike. It's 104. 104 for 1. The Beamerz, 105? 105 for 1. Omari in now to Skellicky, swings at it. Bowl him! Bowl him all over the place. Looking to hoist this one through mid-wicket. Missed it completely and the stumps were shattered. Tony Fleming.
Yes, well bowled there by Omari as he raised that dreaded finger into the stop, and Skellicky going for a big heave over mid-wicket. Bowls all end up the middle stump rocking back. And that there goes the end of Dillon Skellicky for a 1-73. I'm certainly sure that the Beamerz, they would be a little bit straight back just a little bit, but I think that Shaka Hodge going to the crease now. Omari playing in his first match and bowling very, very well for someone who has not had the opportunity to really play cricket, looking good in his first match as I welcome back Graham.
Yes, good afternoon, Tony, and that's going to be the end of what's been a fantastic innings by Dillon Skellicky. He played well for the score, some 70 odd, and he was just met by quality, just a quality ball by Omari Banks.
Yeah, bowling nice and tight, yes.
So as I update my scorecard, it's going to be Oliver Walker who will be continuing from the city end. So it's going to be Shaka Hodge, new batsman for the Beamerz. Maybe batting a bit higher up the order than he would have liked. He prefers to come in and just have a go at things to start off with. And they do have the likes of, I think, Giovanni Gums. I think he is playing, and he's a batsman who out of is most suited to a situation like this, where you just want someone who can keep the score taken over towards the end, where you want players like Shaka Hodge and Ashley White to have a go at things. But I'm not the coach, Rodney Ray is, and he's a much more experienced campaigner than I am.
Well, maybe they're thinking that with the platform that they have got set for them, they will want Shaka to push on some more as well.
It's going to be Oliver Walker. He'll be bowling from the city end. Also ringing number 45 on his back. He's just waiting on Burton to get set. Now Burton is set, and it's Walker now into bowl to Deon Burton. Burton is back and turning this one over towards the leg side. He'll pick up a single. So Burton is a very interesting cricketer to look at. The way he just uses he just gets his ball into certain positions that he can just turn the ball into various places. He got back and used his wrist well, and just it's very interesting to look at Deon Burton play cricket. That's going to bring. There's going to be Shaka Hodge now on the strike for the first time. The very powerful Shaka Hodge. He's just surveying the field a bit. There's a long off, a long on, a deep backward a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square, and the super on about the extra cover region. With the score at 106 for 2. 106 for 2 are the Beamerz. Well, it's Oliver Walker. Runs up now into wall to Shaka Hodge. One down the leg side and Shaka lets it go. It's going to be a wide. So one more to the total. It's 107 now. 107 for 2. And Walker's going to have to bowl that one over. Oliver Walker turns quickly now into ball to Shaka Hodge. And this one is much better line than just pushing this one down towards a short mid wicket region. That would be no run. So 107 for 2. 107 for 2 are the Beamerz in this, the 12th over being bowled. Walker now into bowl to Shaka Hodge. He drives it down towards the long off region. The fielder coming off the boundary will stop this one. They will pick up a single. So one more to the total, and the first run to Shaka Hodge. So Burton back on strike now. The very exciting Deon Burton. Very easy on the eye he is. The way he just strokes the ball. Walker now into Deon Burton. This one flighting, and Burton sweeps it now. Sweeps it very well towards the backward square leg region. Race between ball and fielder, and the ball wins the race. That's 4 runs.
Boundary there was running for all his work, trying to get a rose to stop it, even trying to play football with it, but the ball was suddenly too swift for him and into the boundary for good runs for the ball.
He was well placed because it was more behind square rather than in front of square where the fielder was. Walker again. Now into ball to Deon Burton. This one driven down the ground but stopped by How, but they had a short extra cover. That will be no run. It's Walker again. Now into ball to Deon Burton. Burton is just nudging this one very shortly, and a very sharp single was taken there. It's good. It's very good by Deon Burton, the way he can just pick up these quick singles. So at the end of over number 12, the score is 113 for 2. The Beamerz do have a lot of batting still to come. The likes of Ron Chapo Rogers, the likes of Ashley White, and Yannick Leonard, 3 very powerful cricketers. So they have a lot of power left in the shed. It's Omari Banks now continuing to bowl to Deon Burton. Burton is just pushing this one towards a short cover. That's going to be a very good quick single taken. So great running again. Score moves on to 114 for 2 here, with 12 overs being bowled.
Realizing that the field is set very deep, and hence the chance of him getting that single pretty comfortable.
Banks. Omar Banks, the former Anguilla, Leeward and West Indies cricketer now, is running past umpire Ralph Hodge into bowl to Shaka Hodge. And Shaka's pushing this one down towards backward point. They'll pick up a single. 115 the total as Shaka has his second run, I do believe. So it's going to be Omar Banks back to bowl to Dion Burton. Banks passing the umpire now into bowl to Burton. Burton is driving this one powerfully down the ground. A race between the ball and the fielder, but this time Oliver Walker, he's around quickly. Very good there by Oliver Walker, the fielder on the long off boundary, and prevents 2 runs. They do pick up 2, but he prevented the 4. This moves on to 117. So, but not afraid to take the attack to Omar Banks. Banks again now. The ball to Dion Burton. This one driven down the ground and stopped well by Omar Banks. This one not as powerful, just a bit of a push. So it's Omar Banks wearing number 45 on his back, and looks like he'll be going. Is it around the wicket, or we did see the umpire do a bit of a point to the other side as to suggest that Omar wanted to go around the wicket. He stays over. Omar Banks over the wicket into bowl to Burton. Burton drives it up and over this extra cover fielder, and this one going down towards the boundary, and the ball will cross the boundary rope. That's 4 more runs to Dion Burton. The Beamers are coming out of the gate extremely hot. They pass the 120 mark onto 121 for 2.
Yes, taking it to Omari in his final over, and really playing that one exquisite and expertly well into the ball before the man Walker couldn't get to.
Banks now into bowl to Burton. Burton flicking this one over towards the leg side, looking for a second. They'll only get 1. So at the end of the over for Banks, the Beamers are 122 for 2.
122 for 2. Beamerz batting, and seeing the back of Omari Banks in his quarter of 4 overs. And certainly, aside from that last over there where he was punched down the ground and hit over extra cover, he should consider himself as he jogged off the field now. He's certainly sure. Okay, so he's just getting some instructions. So I'm sure he can feel a little bit happy with his performances with the ball here this afternoon. I think he would have picked up a wicket and taken a catch, and certainly good showing for Banks here and the Blowing Point Pointers. But the Beamers, they have got a platform set to launch and put up a really big total here that can cause some trouble for the Pointers here this afternoon.
The Pointers, it'll be interesting to see the Pointers batting lineup, because they do have, as it's Walker to continue now into ball to Burton. Burton slugging this one down towards deep mid wicket. They'll pick up 1, looking for a second, and looking for the third now, but they won't get this one on that occasion. A bit of a fumble on the long arm boundary, but they only ran 2, so it's 124 in the course of over number 14 being bowled. So it's Oliver Walker, the right arm off spinner and top order batsman for the Pointers. It's Walker now into ball to Dion Burton. He's just pushing this one down. A very good run by Dion Burton there. He just dropped it in front of him and ran a quick single.
Yes, Burton is really playing some good cricket here this afternoon. Keeping the fielders on their toes and keeping them and under pressure as well.
He knows that the keeper Josiah John is not the most agile, not the most mobile wicket keeper. He just dropped it and ran a quick single.
Realizing that the field is set really deep as well, especially the close-in fielders. They are almost at the edge
Walker to Hodge, and this one's wrapped on the pads and straight down the ground, and the bowler will collect this one. There's so much more spin left to come. They do need a fifth bowler's going to bowl. Will it be pace or will it be spin? It's Walker again. They do have the likes of Hamilton there, the experienced campaign. He does bowl some off spin. So will he be the fifth bowler that they use? We're yet to see. It's Walker now. Into bowler Shaka Hodge. Hodge is just driving this one off the edge. And they're going to look for two, and they will get two as it's Hamilton, the fielder, comes around. And they will get 2 runs. It seems maybe a bit of an edge there, past the keeper.
Yeah, just an edge. This is sure that Hodge knew too much about it, really. But not taking the edge and rolling down to the short third man.
Walker now into bowl to Hodge. It's a full toss and driven to mid-on. And the fielder in the form of Herbert will not prevent the single. And it's 128, I believe, scorer. Is it 128? Yes, it is 128 for 2. And it's Burton back on strike. Walker to Burton. Burton tapping this one down towards backward point. Very delicately played. He'll pick up 2 runs. Fantastic cricket there. And the 130 is up. It's 130 for 2. Burton is so good to look at. So at the end of the 14th over, it is 130. 130 for 2.
130 for 2 after 14 with 6 more overs to we had in the field for the Beamerz. It's certainly sure that they will be looking to score in excess of another 60, 70 runs. That can maybe take them to 200. See a team past 200 for the first time in this tournament. But so far the Beamerz, they look pretty assured of themselves, having that good start. And what the batsman Gordon and Hodge, they just consolidating, taking the ones and taking the twos, realizing where the field is, how deep the field is set, and are really capitalizing and making sure that they eat out every run possible that they can get here this afternoon.
It's going to be Northern Lake back into the attack now. Here from the commentators booth end. We did see the coach, Oliver McDonald. They having a bit of a word with his bowler Walker. So it's going to be Northern Lake. Runs now into bowl to Shaka Hodge. This one dragged down and pulled by Hodge down towards the deep mid-wicket region. Picked up by Hamilton. They'll get a run. So Lake is maybe a bit short to start off with, but no real harm done. It brings Dean Burton onto strike. So Northern Lake is going to be bowling around the wicket now. Yes, Northern Lake around the wicket into bowl to Dean Burton, and he's down the track and turning it down towards deep square leg, and that's going to be a single. So one thing, what he's doing very well is he's keeping the run rate ticking over. They're going at well above the required run rate that you would expect for a team setting a target, as it's a Lake. Now to bowl a Shaka Hodge. Just want to say hi. I don't think he got all of this one, but Hamilton overruns it. Hamilton coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, overrun on that occasion, and it just trickles into the boundary for 4 more.
Big wicket boundary, running got his hands to take the catch, but it seems as though he lost it. I don't know if he lost it in the sunshine, and the ball just flew over his head and into the boundary for 4.
Well, it's going to be Northern Lake. Now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge going again. This time is a top edge over the keeper, and it's going to be a chase for Herbert there on the short third man boundary, but he does well to stop it. They run 2. but it did look to me like it may have crossed the boundary. I'm not certain. It looked like it may have crossed the boundary, but no signal, so it's 2 runs.
I really thought that they could have almost won 4 runs for that, actually. But getting to not good running at all on this occasion.
Well, it's not a lake now. Back into bowl to Shaka Hodge. This one is wider and it was straight down Omari Banks' throat and he put it down. It was right down his throat and he put it. It was hit very hard by Shaka Hodge, but it was straight to him at short cover and he put it down.
Put it down after taking a brilliant catch over there.
Northern League to Hodge. Hodge looking to go again. This time wrapped on the pads and not much of an appeal. So it's the end of the over. A very eventful over there. 2 drop chances and it's 138 for 2.
Yes, 2 drop chances there with the pointers fielding there. Certainly sure that they're not going to be too happy with that. We will wait and see whether or not those 2 missed chances will come back and haunt them here this afternoon, especially from the man Shaka Hodge, who we know can really hit the ball and hit it over the boundary as well. After taking a brilliant catch there, Banks just taking and grabbing hold of that one, and certainly sure that the pointers would have felt a lot better had they seen the back of Hodge.
It was two very safe hands. Hamilton, he's taken many catches over the years, and Omari Banks, we know, it's a very good fielder. 2 very relatively safe hands, and they both put down chances in that over. And it will be Hamilton, I believe, coming on to bowl now. So
I don't know if Hamilton was a little bit obscured by, because there were 2 fielders running back to take the catch, but the other fielder, he left it to Hammy, and he came in actually and almost looked like he overran the ball, because the ball fell over his head and into the boundary for 4. So now he's got the ball in his hands. Let's see if he can make amends for that miss.
well, it's going to be Hamilton now into bowl to Button down the track and dabbing it to a short cover. That will be no run. So in the course of the 16th over, it's 138 for 2, I believe, and this is around the time that they would want to start going. Hamilton into bowl to Button. Button is down the track and a bit of a bottom edge there, straight to a short mid-wicket field, a short backward square leg fielder in the form of, I believe, Tash, and that will be a single.
Hamilton using all his experience and all his guys. Started nicely so far, as he tries to contain these battles here for the Beamerz.
It's Hamilton now into bowl to Shaka Hodge. Hodge looking to drive this done off the edge, or is it the pad? I'm not certain. Waiting on the signal by the umpire, but they with the scamper through for a single. So the 140 is up. I believe Shaka, he's still yet to get his eye in, so he's not connecting with the ball. Now Hamilton to Button. Button is going to swing this one away. You can meet that ball in the road. That's all the way for a huge 6 for Dion Burton.
Huge 6 for the man Burton. Passed up there by Hamilton, and like meat and drink for Burton. It's side clear as day, and Hoyt hit over mid-wicket. And the ball didn't go into the road, and it fell into the field. I don't think it went over the road, but the ball is back with Hamilton now.
Hamilton to bowl to Burton. Burton is a bit one off the edge, but I believe the ball hit the tree, and the trees were stopping it from going into the road on that occasion. So 147 are the Beamerz, I believe. 147 for 2. It's Hamilton now into bowl to Shaka Hodge. He's looking to heave this one down to the leg side. He'll run 1, looking for 2. Burton will get back and the throw goes to Burton's end. Maybe the wrong side because Burton's very quick. You'd have wanted to return that one to the end that Shaka Hodge is running to.
The Beamerz really need to start to think of how they're going to approach these final few overs because the Beamerz there at 149 for 2, so the pointers there, as you can see, Mari Banks and a couple of the other players catching there,
16.
Leon Leake, they are just in a little bit of a conference there because they would need to know how they're going to approach these last few overs because they sure won't want to be facing a score in excess of over 170.
Well, a very interesting choice coming into the attack is Delano Mussington.
I'm beginning to wonder whether or not he was out there because I'm not seeing him bowling. I wasn't hearing him at all. He's been very quiet in the field, so to speak.
Was going to pace on the ball on this occasion, and I think that the batsman will like it because they are very favoring of pace. And it will, Delano, he's not a slow bowler, he bowls about right arm medium quick, and I think Burton is going to be favoring this, he's going to be savoring the opportunity to face some pace for the first time.
Yes, certainly. And as I mentioned earlier, the pointers, they will be looking to tighten things up a little bit. They won't want to be chasing too many this afternoon. We know they've got a deep batting lineup that has not clicked in the aside from the first match that they would have run. They have not done justice to the remaining games that they have played so far. So certainly sure they're looking to get back and winning ways here this afternoon.
This is the last time pace on the ball here. It was absolutely punished. Mussington in the ball to Burton. Starts off with a slower ball and a bit of a French cut, you have to say. A bottom edge and half starts by Josiah John, the wicket keeper, but they run a single. So 150 is up for the Beamerz, waiting on correct from the scorers. And it's going to be Mussington. Delano Mussington, the one they call Chippy. He's walking away from this commentary booth end in over number 17. This is the 17th over being bowled. They scored 150 and they still have so much batting left to come. They can really have a heave at it. And they can look to cross the 200 run barrier. It's going to be Delano Mussington. A bit of changes in the field being made, and I don't see a man deep on the leg side. It's a very offside dominant field. Only long on is back on the leg side. Not pushing back a deep backward square. Mussington enter ball to Shaka Hodge, and it's a good line outside the off stump, and a shy at the stumps is not in time to get rid of Shaka Hodge, and that's a run. Well, it's going to be Mussington. We're seeing it's a long off, a deep cover, a deep third man, a deep square leg, and a long on. The extra cover, point, a short fine leg, and a mid on. Mussington, slower ball to Burton is just swept away. You don't often see a sweep shot being played to a pace bowler, but it was a full toss and just paddled past the short backward square leg fielder, and that's 4 runs. Mussington. Now into ball to Burton. This one is off down towards the fine leg region. They'll get a single. So 156 actually is the score, I believe. 156. 155 corrected by the scorer. 155 for 2. And it's again, there's no mid wicket or deep square leg, so anything over Shaka Hodges' favored region is either 4 or 6. You have to question the field setting by Captain Lake. Mussington into ball to Shaka Hodge. Hodge is across and missing this one though. Very good pace there by Lano Mussington. Very good pace. He's bowling about 130 clicks, and the batsman made no contact. It's going to be Mussington now. But Hodge surveying the field, he's eyeing up that leg side. Mussington now into ball to Hodge. Hodge hits this one down the ground, very powerfully down the ground. It's a race that the fielder does just good enough there. On the walk, he's doing some good work on the long on boundary. He's done well again. Prevents 2 extra runs. So 158, 158 at the end of over number 17. It's 158 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, the man Walker using all his footballing skills on the boundary down here, coming around from long leg and just cutting that one off. After that shot was powerful struck there by Shaka Hodge. Just saving 2 good runs for his team, but they are certainly going to be in some serious bother here if they would not apply themselves here this afternoon to make these runs. The Beamerz, they have got very, very good solid foundation. These 2 batters, they are set and certainly sure looking to launch into the front of
It's going to be Hamilton who will continue there from the city end. And you're seeing a bit of shade is being made in the field. You see a long on, a long off, a deep cover, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a short mid wicket, short backward square, short cover, and a short backward point. That's the field set by Captain Leon Lake. It's going to be Neville Hamilton bowling from the city end into ball to Dean Burton. Burton's down the track and driving straight down the ground with a bit of power. They're going to look for a second. They'll only get 1. So 159 are the Beamerz. And again, they're going to have about 40 of these 3 overs if they want to cross 200, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Especially with a man like Shaka Hodge who has that amount of power. It's Hamilton. There's only 3 men in the circle right now. And now it was pointed out by the bowler Hamilton that we only have 3 men in the circle. So now it's the deep cover coming up into the circle. And that's the 4th man. So it's Hamilton. Neville Hamilton, the very experienced off spinner. Walking away now. Tossing the ball hand to end. Runs past umpire into ball to Hodge. Hodge drives this one down the ground. There's a man at the long on boundary. They will only get a single. So great power there, but didn't direct that one towards a gap. It went straight to a fielder, so they get a single. And it's Dean Burton back onto strike now. Burton, the diminutive left-hander, but he has some power. Hamilton into Burton. Burton is down the ground and again off the bottom edge. It will be a single. Good fielding by the fielder at backward square leg. They'll only get 1. So it brings Shaka Hodge back on the strike with the 160 up, I believe. 160 is the score. 160 for 2. 160 for 2 or the Beamerz. And it's Hamilton now into Shaka Hodge. Hodge heaves this one down towards the leg side. The backward square leg comes around. They'll get 2 runs. So 162 is the score. With Hodge, he's looking to heave it away. He can't make good contact. He's swinging away, but he's not getting the timing, or he's not getting it off the middle of the bat. It's Hamilton now into Shaka Hodge. And again, he can't get the contact he needs. This one off the pad and just trickling down towards short square leg. That's no run. So a very valuable dot ball by Hamilton. And it's Hodge who's surveying the field. Now steps into his crease, tapping away at the crease. Hamilton now into ball to Hodge. Hodge down the track and just off the edge, going down towards deep backward square leg. They're going to run 1, looking for a second. And I think Boston is frustrated there because he wanted the second run, but Shaka knew he wouldn't have made it. So you only get 1. And at the end of over number 18, it's 163 for 2.
He would have gotten back in good time, but much of fight over there from Hamilton when compared to his first over. Just picking back things just a little bit. They were able to sustain the boundary hitting balls, and hence the score is at 163 for 2 going into over number 18. So anywhere maybe about 180 runs if they would continue. If they would continue to really pick out the signals and make sure that they run each and every one as swiftly as they can, but not the way in which that one went along there just a while ago with the player, the batsman here in Hodge. Seeing on his waiting, and in the meantime I can tell you that the bar is stocked with drinks and food and heat. So if you're in the park and you're listening to us and you feel like you want to replenish, there's food at the heat and drinks at the bar. There's special drinks at the V and V's, Simas and Saril as well, as we await the Dylan Mussington for his second over. We see some crew setting there being done by the captain there in Leon Lake. So if you are looking to get something to eat, you can go at Heat and get some food, and you can certainly get a drink, get some drinks at the bar as well. The bar is stocked as we watch
Mussington now into balls to Shaka Hodge. Hodge is trying this one powerfully down the ground. There's a man at the long off boundary. They're going to run 1 and Bud will get back for the second. So it's good running there, and 2 more runs to the total. So 165 or the Beamerz in search of maybe a total of around 180 or 190.
Certainly.
So it's Delano Mussington walking away from the city and with 0-1 on his back. The number 1 he is. Delano Mussington running away from us now. Breaks into his run, passing umpire Ralph Hodge into balls of Shaka Hodge. And this one is off the edge and down towards the deep third man. They'll get a single. 166 now. 166 for 2. It's not a bad score. Not a bad score to have, but they will want a lot more. The platform that they were set by Dylan Skillicky.
Yes, certainly.
He scored a magnificent half century. It was such good batting by Dylan Skillicky, and they will hope that they can pass the 180 run mark. Mussington. Now it's a ball to Bud. It's a full toss driven down the ground, but not with much conviction. They'll get a single. So that's 1 more. They're dealing in singles and 2s, but they want to be dealing in 4s and 6s.
Certainly would want to be dealing in 4 and 6s to push the score a lot closer to that 180 that we are hoping that they will reach.
Mussington. Pass umpire Hodge now into ball to Skelecky to That was actually Shaka Hodge, and it was driven past the mid-wicket fielder, past a sprawled Leon Lake, and they'll get a single.
Diving, diving for all his worth, but not reaching close to it at all was the captain there, Leon Lake. And thank God we had that fielder right down here on the long on boundary. Otherwise, that one would have been going into defense as well.
Now some changes made in the field. It's a very straight mid-wicket. He's anything going for the mid-wicket region will probably be 4. Mustn't done now. To Button hits it high over mid-wicket. It's going to. There's a man down there and he takes the catch. He put it down his throat. He had the entire mid-wicket region, and he chose to go to the one place where the square leg fielder could have caught that one. Button puts it down his throat, and that's the end of his innings today.
Yes, a well judged catch. Button giving himself some room and trying to hike it over mid-wicket, but there was the man Northern Lake there on the mid-wicket boundary, moving smartly to his right, and the ball was had good height as well, and he got under it and comfortably settled himself and took the catch. Really good wicket there from Mussingtown, and I'm certainly sure that the blowing pointers they will feel a lot better that they have curtailed the likes of Burton, who was really looking to push the scoring on and not getting hold of that one as well as he would like to, only managing to put it down the throat of the mid-wicket boundary.
Well, it's going to bring Ashley White to the crease, and we already know what Ashley White can do to a ball. He can really hit a ball a long way. He won't be on strike. It's going to be Shaka Hodge who's on strike. Why he only needs a couple balls to get going, and once he's going, he's very hard to stop. It's Mussington, who does have a wicket now, so he's been good at the death. He's been very good at the death.
Very good, yes.
It's Lionel Mussington there, the bowler for the pointers. It's Mussington past the umpire now into ball to Shaka Hodge, and Hodge is off the pads. It's down the leg side, so a stifled appeal, but another good bat was the wicket straight at the pads, and that's the end of the penultimate over, and the score is 168 for 3.
Yeah. 168 for 3, and we are into the final over. You see some helmet, just some instructions going out to. It's a change of cap. So Shaka is changing. He decided not to go with any headgear at all. So maybe he would feel that he could see it a lot better and hit it a lot farther over the fence. But final wicket to, final over that is, and that is to be bowled by Hamilton. Is that Hamilton? Yeah, on the far end. He will be looking to making sure that he keep things nice and tight. So far, it's 168 for 2. Certainly will want to give away too many here in this final over.
We're seeing some dark clouds here coming over, but they're blowing rather quickly with this strong northeasterly breeze, so they may not cause too much of an issue here to affect the cricket, but the ground staff are in place just in case. Hamilton into White. This one is down the leg side. That's a wide, and it may run to the boundary because there's no one behind the square. It's the man from all the way at backward point. He chases this one down, and they run 3. So good running by White and Hodge. So it's 4 runs added to the total, and the score moves on to 172.
Poor bowling there by Neville Hamilton.
It's going to be Hamilton again now. Into ball to Shaka Hodge. Hodge is off the pad, and they'll run a single. So 173 is the score, and it brings Ashley White back on to strike. So Ashley White, the batsman, he's had a couple of man of the match awards here, and He's looking to add another one to his repertoire, as it's Hamilton now into ball to Ashley White. White is pulling this one down all the way along the ground to deep backward square. They will run one. So the runs have been curtailed just somewhat, and they may not even pass the 180 run mark. At some point, they were looking like they would have been easily over 200, but it's been a good effort by the Pointers to fight back. So into ball to Hodge, and again it was straight down his throat, right into the bread basket. It hit both of his hands, but he just put it down there at the very last second.
Too hard to handle, not as well to put in his hands together to gather that shot. I thought he had it. Here he's coming again.
Hamilton to Hodge, and asking for an LBW shot, but it was well down the leg, and he was well down the track as well. So 175.
Hit back formally there to Hamilton, got his hands up, got the ball in his hand, but for some reason it just bobbled out and rolled to his right, and putting down that one is Hamilton.
Hamilton now into ball to Ashley White, and this one is wrapped on the pads, and an LBW shout there, but not out, says the umpire, maybe down the leg. So I believe one ball is left in the innings. I believe there's one ball left, and it's going to be up to Ashley White to get them past the 180 run mark. They're at 175 right now, 175 for 3. It's Hamilton now into White. White looking for a bit of power. Very good ball by Hamilton. They can always come up through for a single. So at the end of 20 overs, the Beamerz can only muster 176 after such a fantastic start from Dylan Skelly-Key. He scored a brilliant half century, but after being over 100 at the 10 over mark, they could only muster 176 for 3.
Yes, only managing another 76 runs there, about to get to a score of 176. We thought that they would have done a lot more, but the Pointers came back very well and was able to tighten things just a little bit. But 176, 177 to get is quite a total here. We have seen yesterday where the Razor Massive, they will set a target of I think it was 173. Got off to some good starts, but weren't able to reach the target, and so the Pointers, as they are still on the field in a huddle, certainly show that they are going to be thinking that they can get these runs with the batters that they have in their lineup, the likes of Walker and Banks and all those players there. Neville Hamilton, he can hit it quite some way as well. Certainly sure that they will be looking to really challenge and put up a fight to this total here this afternoon. Brian, I know you all were here yesterday, and the Razor Massive, they got up to a pretty okay start and was able to post the 100 partnership, but didn't do justice in the final overs, not getting to their target and only losing 1 wicket.
I think the problem was that they held onto the wickets too long. The player like Richard Budd, he's not a very powerful cricketer, and they didn't have that, but Harrigan stood in the pavilion, and Sam Budd, he held his wicket all the way to the end, but he would have wanted to either accelerate or allow for somebody like a Vigliff Gums or a Langwell Harrigan to come to the crease, because he's not a very powerful player. He played a very good knock, a very good innings, but in the context of what was needed, he may have held on to his wicket just a bit too long, you have to say.
Yeah, to be carrying your bat in 20 overs and not scoring 50, not the ideal situation at all. And as we go to a break, just before we go to a break, we just want to acknowledge our sponsors as well. We can tell you that the innings come to a close. The Beamerz putting up a total of 176 for 3 with the top score there. Dylan Skelly-Key scoring for 73 runs with good contribution from Beamerz innings.
Burton and Hodge as well. And the pointers, they will need to get 177 if they are to win this match of 120 balls. Remember that the bar is still stocked with drinks and you can get food at Pete's. There's special drinks at V&D's as well. Those special drinks you can get sea moss and sorrel. And we want to thank our sponsors, ANGUILLA, Zemi Beach, Nagico, King Ocean, Digicel, Beachy Enterprises, NCBA, Conrad Rogers, Prison Art Hotel, Acon Network, Class FM 92.9, Carita, Wall, Green, Lindholm, Anguilla Air Services, Tropical Distributors, Best Buy Supermarket, Keisha Webster Party, Heavenly Real Estate, Radio Anguilla 95.5 that you are listening to and hearing our live coverage coming through. We have Central Super Rep there in the Valley, Neville. We have the Anguilla Electronics there, and we will also want to thank Lloyd Live and Clean Stream for bringing the live stream right here from the James Colonel Webster Park. A little bit overcast, sun is still just trying to peep through the clouds. We will certainly turn it back over to Master Control, and you will hear when we come back, when you get a cue from us with the start of the pointers chase of 176 runs to take all points right here in this encounter. The Blowing Point Pointers up against the Stony Ground Beamerz. Until then, we send you over to Master Control.
been wondering, could this be what I've been missing? You came into my world and I can't just let you walk away. So I follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause I can't fight this feeling. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. Style and grace, you know you've got it. Oh girl, what a thing. Better find your loving, so sweet and genuine. My lips on your neck, every time we caress. I've tried but I could never forget. Oh baby, I follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause I can't fight this feeling. It's a real thing. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. Got to find you. It's been way too long. Got to find you. Just hold on till I get there. I'll know when I've reached my destination. Out here in this galaxy, when I get close, I feel your good vibration, and you know that it's me. Oh, follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause girl, I know it's real. I had seen it from the start. I'll kiss every scar, yes. Just show me how far. And I'll find you wherever you are. 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 Got to find you. It's been way too long. I've got to find you. Just hold on till I get there. Just hold on till I get there. I'll find you wherever you are. Lately I've been wondering, could this be what I've been missing? You came into my world and I can't just let you walk away. So I follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause I can't fight this feeling. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. girl, what a thing. Better find your loving, so sweet and genuine. My lips on your neck, every time we caress. I've tried, but I could never forget. Oh, baby, I follow the stars right to your heart. 'Cause I can't fight this feeling, 'tis a real thing. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. Got to find you. It's been way too long. Got to find you. Just hold on till I get there. I'll know when I've reached my destination. Out here in this galaxy. When I get close, I feel your good vibration. And you know that it's me. Oh, follow the stars right to your heart. 'Cause girl, I know it's real. I had seen it from the start. I'll kiss every scar, yes. Just show me how far. And I'll find you wherever you are. 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 Got to find you. It's been way too long. I've got to find you. Just hold on till I get there. Just hold on till I get there. I'll find you wherever you are.
From 5-0. From 5-0, we'll be giving you a count. We will be starting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome back to the James Ronald Webster Park for the continuation of this game between the Beamers and the Pointers. The Beamers batting first, scoring 175 for 3 of their 20 overs, with Dylan Skellicky top scoring for the Beamers with 75, 8 4s, 3 6s, 41 balls. Lyndall Richardson getting 15 and Dean Burton getting 42. The main scorers, with Shaka Hodge 21 not out the main scorers for the Beamers. The Beamers at one stage after 10 overs were 100 for 1, but they ended up with 175. Somewhat disappointing for their fans, I would imagine. One would have been looking for a total perhaps closer to 200, but that was not to be. The Pointers came back towards the end with their slow bowlers really keeping things in check. So the Pointers will need to get 176 runs, or the Beamers will need to get 10 wickets or restrict them to under 175 if they're to win this contest. So we are seeing the Beamers fielders are just going out there, just taking up their positions, respective positions, and the two openers for the Pointers, the captain Leon Lake and Omari Banks. Omari Banks in his first game for the Pointers, opening the innings here today. George Kentish is with me. So George, what's in prospect for this chase by the pointers.
I believe for this contest, with Maryland coming in the batting of the pointers, we should see a better contest in this game this afternoon.
So the field has just been set by Lyndall Richardson. The team for the Beamerz, Shaka Hodge is the skip out there, just getting his field in place. There's a slip. The keeper, Burton, standing up. There's a man at point. There's a cover, extra cover. Well, a deep extra cover, deepish extra cover, long off. There's a wide long on, straightish mid wicket. Man just forward of the square leg umpire. Short backward square. That's the field. And Shaka Hodge, it looks like, will be opening the bowling himself. Yes, he's just marking out his run. He'll be operating from this commentary box end. Umpire Ralph Hodge, his father, standing at this commentary box end. And at point, just to take care of is the other umpire, Colin Liddy. Omari Banks will receive the first ball. And we're about to see umpire Hodge just signal into the scorer in the box and us here in the commentary position. So here we go. First ball of the pointers innings. Shaka Hodge, the captain of the Beamerz. He goes in and bows to Omari, who comes forward, nudges this one, gets his first run immediately off the mark. Down to short backward square. Coming onto the front foot, one from Shaka. Angled into the leg stump, and Omari just turning his wrist over, rolling the wrist and turning down to backward square for a single. So it's 1 for no loss. The pointers, they'll be going at 176 to win, or 10 wickets for the Beamerz, or restricting them to under that total, under 175. So Omari is 1, he's the non-striker, and Leon Lake, the left-handed batsman, comes into strike. The field for him, a solitary slip, there's a man at backward point, there's a cover, extra cover, a sweep on the deep cover boundary, and we're seeing some additional fieldsmen going into the off-sun field. So very strong offside field. So let me get the field for you. It's a backward point. There's a cover, extra cover. Mid-off, a little deep and wide. Mid-on also a little deep. Straightish mid-wicket. And a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Shaka Hodge bowling right arm off breaks over the wicket to the left-handed Leon Lake. Second delivery of the innings. Shaka goes in. Bows to Lake, who comes forward and plays this one quite quietly back up along the straight, and there is no run. Omari Banks, the non-striker, he's 1. It's 1 for no loss. The Beamerz, and Shaka goes in, bows this one on the line of the leg stump, turn to backward of square. They should pick up at least 2, perhaps 3 if they push it. They may even get a bit more. Omari's turning now. Yes, rightly so. So 3 runs to Leon Lake takes him off the mark, and the score's gone now to 4 for no loss. Nicely turned around the corner. There was no man there. Long run for Lyndall Richardson from first slip, and he got himself 3 runs. So Lake has 3 and Omari has got 1. The score is 4 for no loss, the Beamerz. Omari surveys the field, sees the man at long off been put a little straighter. That's Yannick Leonard as Shaka goes in, bows to Omari. Omari comes defensively forward, elegantly coming into line. Faster, flatter delivery. Angled again into that Midland leg stump. And Omari just easing onto the front foot and pushing the ball back up along the strip. The sun is out, has abated slightly as Shaka goes in, bows to Omari. Omari goes back looking to steer this past the man a lot squarer. Got it off the bottom portion of the bat. It goes past the man at first slip, and he got himself another run. It's now 6. Omari goes to 2. Actually 5. Yeah, Leon has 3 and Omari has 2. It's actually 5, and they'll be in the first over of the 20 overs allotted to the Beamerz. 175 for 3 made by the Beamerz off their 20 overs. 875 of those runs scored by Dylan Skellicky. 8 4s and 3 6s of 41 balls. Shaka in his first over. Also Leon Lake comes onto the front, but there is a loud appeal by Shaka to his father, Ralph Hodge, but umpire Hodge is not interested. It's the end of the first over. After one completed here for the Beamers, going at 175-76 for victory. They are 5 for no loss. Omari is 2 and Leon Lake has 3.
At the end of that first over, I'm feeling tidy over Shakabaj. And at the end of it, we saw a very low stimulus of play for the position there. I think that one was taught down the opponent. So we have a change of it seems that Morton now will be resuming the attack from the southern pavilion. Unlike the Beamerz, they're going for a quickie
Yep.
at the southern end.
So it's
Whether the Beamerz will score much faster than the second one.
all right. So it's going to be Morton, right arm, medium pace from the far end of the ground. By a lady outstretched arm comes in now, bowling to a slipper backward point, cover, extra cover, deep mid off. As he comes in now and bows this one, and Omari goes back and plays this one square up the wicket on the offside, almost square up the wicket on the offside, bisecting the man at backward point. Not a man move. 4 runs short outside the off stump. Omari, tall, lanky figure, went back and just bisected, almost equidistant between the man at backward point and the cover, and it went away with all the fieldsmen just looking at the ball going into the boundary. So Omari goes to 6 and it's now 11 for no loss. Now we see a sweeper going around the deep cover boundary as Morton comes in from the far end. He's up to the wicket now and bows to Omari. Omari drives past the bowler, out to wide, long off. Another run easily taken all along the carpet. And Omari looking good, getting into line nicely and just easing onto that front foot, using his reach effectively and efficiently, and gets another run. He goes to 7 and it's now 13. 10. Omari goes to 7 and it's 10. Yes, Omari 7, 10 for no loss. It's 10 for no wicket. This is the second over. First was bowled by Shaka Hart, the captain. And now we see the left-handed Leon Lake looks around the field, looks towards square leg. The field for him, I'll give it to you in a moment. It's a slip. There's a man at backward point. There's a man actually coming out now to third man. Short third man. There's a man at a cover point. There's an extra cover. A mid-off. Long on right back. Short backward square. Under 45. There's a man just forward of square. More of a straightish mid-wicket. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket on the boundary. As Morton comes in now and bows to Lake outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of a carry. A little bit of a pace. As the ball just goes through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, Burton. So we want to welcome you. There's still lots of space in here at the James Ronald Webster Park. This should be quite a contest. Yesterday you had a good one and we should be in for another one today. It's 10 for no loss in the course of the second over. Omari Banks, a non-striker, has 7, 3 to Leon Lake. As Morton comes in now and bows to Lake, gets one on the line of the stump. He comes onto the front foot rather uncertainly, jerkily. Pops the ball down in front of him on the offside. And a number of Beamerz fieldsmen just coming in very quickly, preventing the run. Chapeau is at that wide mid-off position. Joe Gums, the evergreen, is at that cover point. Short third man, short backward square. It's the man at square leg, inside the circle. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Long on been brought in now to a wide mid-on, slightly deep. Mid-off is also wide and slightly deep as well. So the right-arm medium pacer will be no doubt attacking the line of middle and off. And now the field has been held up momentarily. Seems as though he is favoring that hamstring as Morton. And we've been saying this for quite a bit. A number of players, many of them, are not fit, have not been playing any cricket. And so we are seeing the injuries creeping in. So we're seeing Morton, who is rubbing that right hamstring area, still favoring it. Some of his colleagues are going up and having a talk with him. Yes, he is clearly uncomfortable. I don't think he will bowl. He's favoring that right hamstring. He's trying to stretch it out. He's walking. But I think we will see someone will have to complete the over here, George.
That's right. After his goal 4 deliveries so far, like the Beamerz in the inning, we saw Herbert sustaining an injury and having John coming into the field over him. So Morton is walking off the field at the moment, and there's a substitute walking off to replace him. Which in the course of the second over, the pointers are 10 without luck.
So Morton goes off. A sorry figure makes his way to the players area. Head down. Must be very disappointing indeed. Joe Gums, the evergreen, will bowl the final deliveries of this second over. So it's 10 for no loss. Omari Banks 7 not out, non-striker. Leon Lake, the left-handed partner. The opening pair for the Beamerz, again going at 175 for 3 made by the Beamerz. So the pointers, starting with Omari Banks and Leon Lake. So Joe Gums still with his cap on, no doubt will be bowling in his cap as the breeze picks up again. Very strong breeze coming all day from the northeast. Joe Gums comes in. Well, for a moment we thought he would have delivered. Dead ball signal by umpire Liddy. 10 for no loss. Second over in progress. Been completed by Joe Gums after Morton went off. This one is outside the line of the leg stump. Swung in the air. This will go into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Really a loosener. Very poor delivery there by Joe Gums. You don't get too many of those from him. But Leon Lake was quickly into his stump and whipped it away over mid-wicket unprotected. And it goes across the boundary line for 4 runs. It's 14. The Beamerz now for no loss. And Lake goes to 7. Omari joining Omari also on 7. And we're still in the course of the second over. Joe Gums, right arm from the far end of the ground, the southern end. He comes in bows to Leon Lake, who gets a good one this time. Pushes it into the offside field, completes the over. Joe Gums does for the injured Morton, the fast medium bowler. After 2 overs, George Kenchis, the pointers going at 176 for victory. 14, I beg your pardon, 14 for no loss.
Yes, sir. We saw Joe Gums coming away, starting off with a loop. The final goal of that over there, tidying up quite a bit. What do we expect here? We're seeing Shaka consuming the great way going. Seeing that Leon Lake doesn't seem to be all that great form at the moment in terms of the pitch development. This all applies to the physical condition as we are seeing.
So Shaka Hodge will continue. It's a man at point. There's a cover, extra cover, long off, wide long on, straightish mid wicket. Man forward of squares. This one is carried into the right-handed Omari Banks. We're in the third over. The first delivery bowl pushed into the offside field, and there is no run. So both island players, both players have represented the leewards. Omari has gone on to represent the West Indies team, first Anguillan to play for the West Indies. Playing here today for Beamerz. Playing here today for the Pointers, I beg your pardon, against the Beamerz as Hodge goes in now, and both Omari gets a good delivery again. Omari coming onto the front foot, pushing the ball back up. One that hustled onto the right-handed batsman, coming onto the front foot quite early. 14 for no loss. Hodge goes in, both Omari. Omari turns this one nicely into the onside field. Man races off the wide long on boundary. They attempt a second run. The throw comes in. Ooh! That could have been a run out. Had Shaka taken that cleanly, had the throw been a better one, Leon Lake, I think George could have been struggling.
Leon Lake, if that was a better throw, Leon Lake would definitely have been struck. And then what is highlighted here is the course of the so far, a lot of real physical fitness.
It's clearly showing up. Clearly showing. 16 is the score for no loss. Omari goes to 9. Back in strike. Shaka just seemed to have taken a nasty crack on his bowling hand. Perhaps getting a knock on his bowling finger. He goes in on bows Omari. Omari again nudges this one into the onside. The keeper Burton scampers quickly from behind the stumps. But Chapeau, who's at that mid-on, wide mid-on position, says, leave it to me, I could take care of it. 16 for no loss. Shaka again, right arm over the wicket from this commentary box, and bows to Omari. Again, he turns this one into the onside. And here's an easy single for the taking. Mari gets into double figures now. He's gone to 10, and it's 17 for no loss. Mari is 10 and Leon Lake is 7. Third over in progress. Started from this commentary box end by Shaka Hodge. First over, 5 runs conceded. Second over, not for 14. This is the third over being bowled by Shaka. Again, very meticulous with his field placing. Shaka goes in right arm to the left-handed Leon Lake, brings him onto the front foot, turns into the onside field, coming off the inner portion of the bat, playing with the bat some distance away from his pad, quite a bit of a gap. Gets himself another run. Leon Lake does. He goes to 8, and after 3 overs, it's 18 for no loss. The pointers. Yes, it's certainly been picking up quite nicely. Sun is out with us in all its glory now, and again we see the winds have calmed considerably. 18 for no loss. Tony, I'm trying to pick up the ball at the far end. White, Ashley White, yes, the big man himself. So White about to start over number 4 for the Beamerz against the Pointers. 18 is the score. 8 to Leon Lake, who's on strike. Omari has 10 not out, a non-striker. Here we're looking at Ashley White coming in from the far end. Bows to the batsman Lake, who turns this one nicely down to back out of square. Long run for the man from that backward square position. Can't get to it. It's 4 lovely runs. Nicely played. Angled into the stump of the left-handed Leon Lake, and he just worked it nicely. Timed it well. And the man at that short backward square position found it too difficult. Found it too much to get to in the end. And the score goes on by 4 now to 22. And Leon Lake goes to 12. Omari has 10. So 22 for no loss. And this is the 4th over. Ashley White bowling from the southern end of the ground. The arm of umpire Colin Liddy is outstretched. The field for Ashley White. There's a man at point. There's a cover. Mid-off. Mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket. Man backward of square. Short backward square. And the slip. Keeper standing up as the third man. Again, he turns this one into the onside. Fieldsman coming in from that backward square position. Fields, and there is no run. So the winds have been really causing all sorts of havoc for us here in the box. We've been having to keep our papers down. I'm sure you're hearing the effects into the microphone. White comes in from that far end once more, bows to Lake, and Lake tugs this one. Nicely knocked down by Chapeau. Diving, throwing himself full stretch to his right. Prevented a run. Good bit of work by Chapeau. Quite alert, quite agile. Chapeau doing well there.
Has good feeling. Being very alert there, coming out to single can make a difference at the end of the game.
Lake is kept on 12. Omari has 10, is the non-striker. Omari hasn't been in strike for a few deliveries now. Lake has had most of the strike. As White goes in and bows this one short outside the line of the leg stump. Not too far though. Leon Lake is swinging right across the wicket, but struck him on the pad. but clearly hit him in outside leg. White is bowling right arm. He's bowling over the wicket, around the wicket, over the wicket, in fact, from the far end. Here he is, coming towards us now, and bows this one on the line of the off stump, pushed out to mid-off. They go through for a run. The throw comes in from the fieldsman there, misses the stump, backed up in the offside field. And Leon Lake gets his 13th run. It's now 23 for no loss. The Pointers. The target is 176 of 20. For the Beamerz, they got to 100 off their first 10 overs for the loss of just a solitary wicket, ending with 175 for 3. Skellicky got 75 and 42 for Burton. We are looking at Ashley White now as he comes in, bows to Omari and 10. Omari goes back and hits this into the offside field over the head of the short cover. But there's a sweeper. Gets himself another run. Omari does. Omari goes now to 11. And it's 24. 24. So after 4 overs, it's 24 for no loss. Omari Banks has 11 and Leon Lake has 13.
After his first delivery, White came up quite well, conceding just 2 runs. But in the context of the game, 6 runs conceded overall. So, Pointers progressing quite well. 24 without loss.
And comparatively, after 4 overs, the Beamers were 27 for no loss. So just about. That's right. So the Pointers, 24 for no loss. Omari Banks has got 11 and 13 to the non-striker. It's Shaka Haji into Omari, who sweeps at this one. Omari coming forward and going down on one knee and looking to swing this through the onside field. Took it on the front pad and no damage done. We're in the start of the 5th over. Shaka Haji started. First over 5 runs conceded. The second over 14. Third over 18, 4th over 24. Here's Shaka now into Omari. Omari goes back and says this one back out of square on the offside. This will run close to the 3rd man boundary. A long chase, but the fieldsman gets it back, just flicks it back just inside the boundary, and they got 2 runs. That clearly should have been 3. And again, we see the fitness level being highlighted, or lack of fitness level being highlighted. Omari's 13, and the score is now 26 for no loss in over number 5. Nicely played, going back and steering it nicely into the vacant slip area down to 3rd man, wide 3rd man. Shaka Hodge to his former teammate in the Anguilla and Leeward Islands team, Omari Banks, comes onto the front foot and eases this one into the onside. The keeper, Burton, short dapper figure, scampers quickly from behind, and there is no run. 26 for no loss. Shaka Hodge is the bowler. Omari Banks has 13. He goes in, both Omari turns this one down to the man, down to fine leg. This will go into the boundary. That's 4 runs. Umpire Ralph Hodge just confirming it for us now. Just angled into that lead stump, and Omari made no mistake. Got the bat onto it, and it just went down to fine leg for 4 runs. So Omari is batting well, looks good. He's gone now to 17. And the score now to 30. 30 for no loss. Omari certainly looks as though he's been practicing for quite some time. I don't know how much cricket he's played in recent time. He's been concentrating heavily on his musical career since his professional cricketing days have been over. But it's good to see him back. Looks good. Shaka in once more. Bowls to Omari. Omari drives powerfully into the offside field. To Joe Gums, that extra cover knocks it down. That one carried up by Shaka, using the wind to get some drift inwardly to the right-handed batsman. Omari 17, 30 for no loss, and the stump, has he taken off the bail? No, he's giving him a warning. So Leon Lake, be careful, caught out of his crease, going ahead too fast there, and Shaka saying, look, young man, I'm gonna give you a break. I could have taken off the bails and you could have been gone. Outside the off stump, and Omari goes back and crashes this beautifully back out of square on the offside. That's 4 runs. It was short, it was flat, And Omari just lengthened that one and just guided it so nicely. Into the boundary it went, 4 runs. 34 it is after 5 overs. 34 for no loss. Omari Banks, playing well, has gone to 21.
That was pretty impressive over the 10 runs over there. So Beamerz pointers moving around for general there. 44 for without loss at the end of the 5th over.
So Mari really going back and just caressing, using the pace of the delivery, and it raced away for 4. 34 for no loss it is. So Mari has gone to 21. Leon Lake has 13. As we are about to see the start of the 6th over. It's been bowled by Ashley White. He comes in from the far end. He's in now to Lake and drives at this one outside the line of the off stump. That one having a shading away from the left-handed batsman and nicely taken behind, moving smartly to his left, the keeper Burton. Gloved it nicely, and you hear the throbbing sound into the glove, the keeper's glove. So Ashley White working up a little bit of a pace from that far end of the ground. Area bathed in sunshine now. Breeze still picking up as he pushes this one. Square of the wicket on the offside, just back of square on the offside. Long run for Joe Gums, pretty close to the boundary line. He picks it up just a meter to inside and rifles the return on the first couple of hops to the keeper. 2 more runs to Leon Lake. Lake goes to 15 and it's now 36. 36 for no loss. Omari is 21. He's the non-striker as we are in the course of the 6th over. And after this one, Brian will be in here. Carl Bryan will pick up the ball by ball. And perhaps Tony Fleming will be coming into the comments chair. 36 for no loss. Omari 21. Leon Lake is 15. White it is from the far end. Bosa Lake outside the line of the off stump. He drives aerially, looking to hit it through the offside field. Again, the right-hander pushing the ball across the left-hander. And Lake driving with his bat some distance away from the bat, from the pad, not really moving that left leg, right leg for him across to the line of that delivery. So the right-arm medium-fast bowler is just pushing the ball across the left-handed batsman Lake. Here it is now, again up on the line of the offside, and it squirts off the bat, aerially squared him, really. Went in the air for some distance, but landed in front of the man at cover. So White bowling quite well. He's picked a spot now, seemed to have gotten his rhythm, seemed to have got his spot all lined up against the left-hander. 36 is the score. 6th over is in progress as Ashley White comes in once one, bows to Leon Lake, gets the one, he turns nicely, back out of square on the onside. Long run for the men, 2 of them, one backward, one forward. Picks it up now, bit of a fumbling, and Leon Lake gets himself 2 more runs. He goes to 17.
Yeah.
It's 38 now for no loss. So Lake 17, Omari 21, and they're looking quite threatening after 6 overs. For the Beamerz, there was 75 for no loss. So after 6 overs, the Beamerz was 75 for no loss, and they were growing at great gun. That's when young Skellicky, who got 84, really played a great innings here today. That's when he was striking. This one is short, pulled around down to fine leg. This is going to run pretty close, just in front of us in the commentary box position. They've turned for 2. Lake is quite happy with that. No signal from the umpire, so it came off the bat. Lake gets 2 more runs. He goes to 19. At the end of over number 6, it's 40 for no loss. Comparatively speaking, after 6 overs, the Beamerz were 75. Another word from you, George Kentish, and then your next commentator will be Carl Bryan.
White started off pretty well in that over. His line and length pretty good, but at the end of it, he seemed to fade around the right side of it. Leon Lake took advantage of some loose bowling as well. So in reply to the Beamerz score of 175, sorry. 40 without loss at the end of the sixth over.
So good afternoon, Mr. Kentish, and it's been a good start in reply for the Pointers. They're not moving too rapidly, they're just easing along as it's Hodge into ball to Omari Banks. That's a very good reverse paddle sweep going down to the third man boundary and runs all the way to the boundary. It will be 4 runs. A good start there by Omari. He moves on to, I believe, 29 as he got on and paddled that one down to the third man boundary for 4 as I say good afternoon to Mr. Tony.
Yes, Omari looking ominous here this afternoon and really playing some good shots around the field here and really taking over the scoring and helping the Pointers going on nicely.
It's Hodge again into Omari Banks, and this one is blocked down towards a short mid wicket. That will be no run. So the score remains on 44 without loss. So it's been a good partnership to start off with for the Pointers. Hodge into Omari Banks. He's down to paddle sweep this one. This one is backward of square and will race into the final leg boundary for 4 runs. There was nobody behind the square, and Omari Banks took full advantage of that and paddled it down towards the final leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, like I said earlier on, Omari is looking very ominous here. The Pointers they have started off very well and scoring some 48. We're into the 7th over now, so they will feel a lot better as compared to their previous innings when they were in the field, the way how they started. They have got 2 batsmen and they are both seen bowling from both ends. They're looking to push on.
It's Shaka Hodge now. The ball to Omari Banks. Banks is forward, and this one may be off the inside edge past the keeper, but that will be no run. You're seeing a very strong breeze is back again from the northeast, and it's really pushing across the ground. Hodge into ball to Banks. Banks is flicking this one down towards the square leg boundary over the head of the short mid wicket fielder, and that will be a single. So it was the man Chapo Rogers there at short mid wicket. He jumped, but maybe just a formality because he had no real chance of getting to that one.
Yeah, and he's a very sharp person as well, so not that much reach in the air, but so far so good for the Pointers. Banks and Leak pushing on.
It's Hodge into ball to Leon Lake. Lake is back looking to cut, but just cutting at the air. And at the end of over number 7, the Pointers going at 7 and over. They are 49 without loss.
49 without loss and good platform to build on as I was made aware that the Beamerz, they were already past 70 and chasing 175 or 76 for victory. It's quite a feat for the Pointers, and they will want these two at the case in Banks and Lake to certainly push on and push as far as they can. Hopefully they won't be like the Razor Massive yesterday. Started off good and batted all the way to almost the 17th over, but didn't give themselves a chance to win the match at all. So hopefully these two can push on a lot quicker.
Well, there's still somebody to come here for the Pointers, the likes of Oliver Walker and Josiah John. As well as you have Herbert, who he is injured, but he is a very good batsman. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. It's going to be Ashley White to continue from the city end. Running past umpire Liddy into ball to Banks. And Banks is driving and driving with some conviction, racing away into the boundary through covers for 4 runs and a no ball. So that's a 50 up. It's 54 now. 54 for the loss of no wicket, and that's 37 to Omari Banks.
What a shot. What a shot. Banks just got to the pitch of that one got to the line of the ball and dispatch it, not a man move, only to fetch the ball from the boundary. And like I said, Banks is looking really in good touch here this afternoon.
It's Ashley White. It's about to Omari Banks on the free hit, and it was a very good ball there by White. Banks could only look to heave, but took it only to a short backward square leg for a single. So he's on to 38 and moving very well. It was a very good ball for the free hit bowled by Ashley White. But the score is now 55 without loss. So partnership, 50 opening partnership for the Pointers.
They're going along nicely here, the Pointers, as we see some adjustments being made in the field for the left-hander in Leon Lake.
It's Leon Lake who is here at the crease. And it's going to be Ashley White now. Running, just waiting on the field to set itself. Now racing to his run. Past umpire leaning to bowl to Leon Lake. And Lake is looking to drive through backward point with a good stop by Shaka Harsh. A bit of a mistake in the running, but the keeper took off the Bears without having the ball in his hand. So they are going to get the single, in fact, due to the overthrow. A bit of a comedy of errors, you have to say. It was a drive straight to Shaka Harsh at backward point there by Leon Lake. He went for a run by himself, and it throws a bit errant there. And Dion Burton, the keeper, couldn't get his hands behind it.
Yeah, it was certainly a brilliant stop by the man there, Shaka Hodge at backward point, and almost Leon setting off, not realizing that Hodge had fielded the ball cleanly. Here is White now.
And this one into Banks, and he just cutting at this one, but it was a bit too close to him. Very clever by Ashley. Maybe it was an off cutter. Came back into him just a bit, and he wasn't able to make much contact. So it's going to be White to continue. Ashley White from the City. Runs past umpire into ball to Omar Banks, and that's cut away down to the backward point boundary, and the fielder will not get around. That's 4 runs. Absolutely class by Omari Banks. He moves to 42, and the score moves to 60. That was brilliantly cut away there. He just rocked it back and let it fly and fly it then along the ground into the boundary rope for 4.
So Omari Banks is really in full flow here.
That is Ashley White now. Into ball to Omari Banks. This one driven through covers but stopped by, that's a Chapo Rice, but it's another no ball by Ashley White. And it will be a free hit to Omari Banks. Probably the batsman you didn't want to give the free hit to. Chapo Rogers, they had cover. He did well to field it, but it's going to be a free hit. Ashley White going to bowl to Omari Banks. And Banks is hitting this one down towards the mid-wicket region, but stopped well there by the fielder at a short mid-wicket. That's no run. So he wasn't able to take advantage of the free hit.
Didn't capitalize on it at all. Was trying to just get onto it, but hit it too straight to the fielder there as White comes in again.
White to Banks. This one driven down towards long off. They will run 1. So 62 to score. 62 without loss are the Pointers.
62 without loss in after 8 overs, and so certainly just going about over 7 runs and over, and have set themselves a really good platform in which to launch an attack on. Has gotten to 62 runs in pretty quick time as well, and they will certainly feel a lot better with the start that they have been given this afternoon. The Pointers, that is, as they chase the score set by the Beamerz of 175 not as tight as a bowling as we usually expect from the Beamers so far this afternoon, as we see the bowling change from the commentary end. It's going to be Yannick Leonard, one of the premier spin bowlers here, and who have gotten quite a number of wickets here as well since this tournament has started. He will take up the attack now.
It's Yannick Leonard. Over the ball to Amara Banks, and a very good start by Leonard. He's right on target. And about the middle and leg, sort of line and leg. It's Yannick Leonard, the Leeward Islands cricketer. He will be walking away now from the city end, the commentator's booth end actually. Seeing some field adjustments being made, he wants his cover a lot shorter. Leonard into Banks. This one paddled down towards fine leg boundary, and the fielder's tearing away, but only to pick the ball up out of the boundary rope. That will be 4 runs.
4 good runs to Banks again. And a little bit distracted there just a while ago, so I didn't see the execution of the shot, but I'm sort of sure that Banks will be happy to be scoring 4 runs again, and the pointers as they inch closer to their total of 175, chasing 175 and 176 actually for victory. Certainly sure that they will welcome those runs being scored here by Banks this afternoon.
Well, the shot was very similar to the one he played to Shaka Hodge, the paddle sweep. It's going to be Leonard. They've put in a backward square leg now. Leonard into ball to Omari Banks, and that one is paddled past the short third man fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. That's the 50 for Omari Banks. What a welcome back to Anguillan cricket. A well played half century to Omari Banks, and he's fully deserved it. Leonard to Omari Banks, and this one is pushed down towards mid wicket. They're running a second. Omari's running by himself, but no harm done. So the score is 71 without loss are the pointers. This is Leon Lake. He's been at 24 for just a while. Leon Lake, he's stuck on 20. Hasn't moved for quite some time, but he's back on strike now. It's Leonard now into ball to Leon Lake, and wrapped on the pads on this occasion, but not out, says the umpire, as it's been a very tight over by Leonard to some extent, but when you're bowling to a batsman of the class of Omari Banks, you can't afford to be just a tad too short. He was on a couple of occasions, and Omari took full advantage of it. It's Leonard, Yannick Leonard. There's nobody behind point on the offside. I think Lake will look to exploit that just a bit. Leonard between umpire and stumps to Leon Lake, and that was the ball that you would have wanted to send through the third man region, but he wasn't able to make contact. So at the end of the over, the pointers are 71 without loss. we will have to check the schedule.
I think he was the Farrington Super Sixers because I recently call that what's his name, Ferguson got him out, and I think Ferguson plays for the Farrington Super Sixers as well. So they have really started off good here, building a solid platform and not eating up too many balls and soaking up overs, but they've been scoring and scoring at a brisk pace, just keeping it just there about to launch into the second half of this innings to get a little closer to the total and even winning this game.
Yes, they did play the Super Sixers. It was a Super Sixers. And yes, after correction from the scorer, Omar is only on 49, so a bit preemptive.
Yeah.
But he looks like he is in such good nick. He will get there eventually. It's Joe Gums, and that one's driven down to the long on, and now he's on to his half century. So there's the 50 up and 72 the score for the Pointers. So it brings Captain Leon Lake on to strike. It's a field set that we're looking at it now. It's a long on, a long off, deep cover and a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. Was looking for him, but he is there. So the 4 men in on the short mid wicket, a extra cover, a point, and a third man. Gums into both the Lake, and Lake is wrapped on the pads there. It was a bit slower, and Lake looked to come down the track. Wasn't able to make contact, and it's no run. Yes, as you were pointing out, there's a very large area behind square. It's Joe Gums, the man they call Baba. That went to bowl to Leon Lake, and Lake is down the track and he's gone. Gums saw him coming, pushed it wide of him, and he wasn't able to make contact. Joe Gums, he's a wily character, very experienced. Joe Gums saw him coming from a mile away and pushed it very wide. Lake could not make contact, and Bolton just had to take off the bails.
So this show that you can see Leon Lake there, the captain for the Pointers, certainly being out fast there by Joe Gums. The first ball he received was fast up, just trying to pound it into the outside, just hitting the pad and rolling into the offside. And the second delivery, jumping down the wicket, trying to keep it over mid-on, and for some reason missing everything. Only the Bolton just doing some really good work there, just cleaning him up, and he's been outstanding there for, I think it's about 20 as we will check for those scores. So
Yes,
they will start there in supporting Omari, but giving it away in the end, and this partnership here with Walker coming into the wicket will certainly be an interesting one. It's going to be an important one as well if the Pointers have to really get any way closer to this show here, and so to show that these two batters will definitely have to stay a good considerable amount of time in the wicket for the Pointers.
Well, they're both wearing the same number, the same Chris Gayle number 45, and we're going to have to see if they can really put on a good partnership, because they were just a 72-run partnership that was before these two. That was the removal of Leon Lake, and now it's the batsman who has been probably the most consistent for the Pointers. He's been their best batsman through the tournament. That's Oliver Walker. He's walked to the crease now.
Well, we saw in his last match where he was a little bit outfoxed there by Ferguson from the Farrington Super Sixers. We know that he's facing up to Joe Gums now, who is a wily character, old veteran, and will certainly be pulling all the tricks he himself.
Gums into bowl to Walker. Walker is forward and pushing it down the ground back to the bowler for no run. So we're just seeing Oliver Walker getting his iron, not wearing a helmet right now because Joe Gums is bowling. He doesn't bowl with much pace. He's an off spinner, right arm off spinner, bowling over the wicket into Oliver Walker. He drives it down the ground very circumspectly, but will pick up a single down to long on. So that's the first run for Walker, and the score is 73. It's Joe Gums pulling his off spin into ball to Omari Banks. This one is shorter and pulled by Omari to short mid wicket for a single. So he is 51 and the score is 74 for 1 at the end of that over from Joe Gums. I believe that is the 10th over that was bowled. Not seeing the drinks. We're not seeing the drinks as yet. Leonard into ball to Omari Banks. Banks is down and looking to paddle. This one goes high and it's taken. That's the end of Omari Banks. It was paddled. He was going for his patented paddle sweep. It just popped into the air and they made the field shift. They put in the short fine leg and he took a very simple catch. And that's the end of Omari Banks.
Very easily, and Banks goes. I did mention that partnership between himself and Walker would be an important one, but that's not, no.
It was a very it partnership ended up being nothing. It very anticlimactic, you have to say, because we're very much looking forward to seeing Omari Banks and Oliver Walker, the two best batsmen for the Pointers, you have to say, going at it, but they
very well. And you get out there that, it's very disheartening if you are a Pointers fan, so to speak. But in the meantime, they taking the drinks away at the halfway point, and the Pointers, they're 74 for the last 2 wickets, that is. Banks just going part after bowling and Leonard for 51. So to show that he will not be satisfied with the way he got out. But we can tell you, if you're listening to us right here in the gym or what's the spark as well, you can certainly go to the bar. We have a stock bar for you with drinks. There is food at Keith, and there is some special drinks at B&G's as well. Those special drinks are Simas and Sorrel. You can certainly pick them up there. And our sponsors, without them, this tournament would be possible. So we want to highlight them. We want to send kudos to them. Anglec, Zenny Beach, Nagico, King Ocean, Digital, BP Enterprises, NCBA, Canada Rogers, Cuisinart, Wizard, and Spa, Classic, and 92.9
is going to be Josiah John who's coming into the wicket now, and he'll be partnering Oliver Walker. I believe this was their opening partnership a couple of games ago. So I think Lake came in at 3, so this was the opening partnership from a few games ago, and they're going to have to do a bit of a job if the Pointers want to chase down this 172 for victory. 176 rather. Leonard, it's about to Walker. He hits it, this one hard into the ground, down to long off. That will be a single. So they're on to 175. So they need about 100 more from this, the last 9.4 overs or so. It's Leonard. He's going to be walking away from around the wicket. The left-handed spinner, left-handed off spinner. And it's Josiah John who's taking his first guard from the umpire Ralph Hodge. He gets his guard now, and it's Leonard tossing the ball hand to end as John surveys the field. Josiah John, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Pointers, surveying the field, looking around, and it's Leonard. Now passing the umpire into ball to Josiah John. And this one is an appeal for caught behind, but umpire Hodge says no. Everybody's hands went up except for the vital hand of umpire Ralph Hodge. That's not out. Leonard into John. This one's wrapped on the pads and off the inside edge, and almost if it was straight onto the pad, he was plumb in front, but he got an inside edge on that occasion, and the ball trickled towards point. It's Leonard now into ball to John, and John is wrapped on the pads again, and appeal goes up. It seems to have struck him outside the line of the off stump, and umpire Ralph Hodge judged it to be the same.
Yes, he pushed forward and pushed outside of the off stump. So here's a goal as he was struck outside of the off stump. And so again, umpire Hodge on move, even though Leonard is beckoning with his appealing. Hodge started different, and John still had the key.
Leonard, Yannick Leonard, Leeward Islands cricketer, passes the umpire into ball to John. This one down the leg side, and it's going to be wide and a single. Well run by Oliver Walker. He was off on his horse even before John had even moved, but he was going to the danger end, and that results in a wide +1. So 77 is the score.
Yes, just another 99 and
It's driven down the ground straight to the short cover by Walker. It will be no run. So at the end of the over, the Pointers are 76 for 2.
76 for 2, another 100 runs to get from 9 overs, and so certainly sure that the Pointers will definitely need to push on as well. Here is a really to win this match. Whether it was wise to send John to the crease, that's something that we'll have to see. We really need someone at the wicket who can really turn the ones into twos and the twos into threes and get that ad boundary where they can. John seems to have started a little bit slow here with the spin of Leonard, and at least feel that a number of occasions and can say luckily to be there still.
Well, I was in the nets a couple, like last week I believe, and I saw a batsman by the name of Cameron Tash. He was really doing some good work in the nets. He's a very powerful cricketer, and I saw a bit of him in the nets. He looks a very good cricketer, so we're yet to see him bat, as it's Gums into Josiah John. This one is off the edge, right down the man's throat, and that's the end of Josiah John. You were saying you don't know if it's wise for Josiah John to be at the crease at this time, and you are proved to be correct as Josiah John goes.
Just said that whether or not it was wise to send him in at this juncture was a little bit questionable, but I'm not in their camp, and I'm not adding to the score, not doing justice, losing another wicket again and setting the pointers back. And as I allow you to listen to some comments from the man Alkins there, the pointers losing their third wicket at 76 for 3.
So is that going to be Northern Lake who's coming into the crease? Looks like we're going to have to see. Looking at the number on his back, he hasn't turned just as yet, but yes, it will be Northern Lake, and it's a very good decision to send on Northern Lake at this time, because you want someone who is going to rotate the strike with Oliver Walker, because he's powerful. So you want someone who can rotate the strike as well. As I say, good afternoon to Mr. Elkins Rogers.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Mr. Brian. Good afternoon to all our listeners, wherever you may be. And it's so glad to have you here at the Webster's Park. We have cars parked all around, from the football area over to the old clinic and beyond. People here looking at the match here. Interesting match.
It's Joe Gums now. Into ball to Oliver Walker. This one outside off stump, and Walker cuts it down to the long off fielder, and they will run 1 and looking for 2. They do get it. There was a bit of a misfield there. The pressure that runners put on the fielder resulted in 2 more runs, so 79 is the total.
Yes, not a good piece of feeling. It looked like Giovanni. That I see it's very far, but certainly a good piece of feeling.
It's Gums now into ball to Walker, driven down the ground again, down to long off, and they will run 2 runs again. Very tight throw, but it was a bit wide. You have to say it wasn't directly at the stumps, and it gave the umpire the fielder a bit of work to do. The fielder was the bowler Joe Gums. He had a bit of work to do and wasn't able to effect the run out.
Not good feeling again. Come across as quick as he should, but then it's always going to be difficult.
Gums now into Walker. This one is flicked down towards long on, but good stop there at short mid wicket. The fielder coming across does well and only lets him get a single. So here's a new batsman, Northern Lake, on strike for the first time. The off spinner now batting in at number 5. Number 5 he is, wearing number 11 on his back. The right-handed batsman for the Pointers, taking his guard, and it's Joe Gums into Lake, and Lake is forward and driving it down to long on. They will run 1, looking for 2, but Lennon has a very powerful arm and returns it well, and they only get the single. So the 80 is up. They finally cross the 80 run mark, and they're 80 for 3. 82 for 3. Corrected by the scorers, they are 82 for 3.
Uphill batting here for the Pointers. Really going to take some doing. Solid batting here. More closer and closer.
It's Joe Gums into Walker, who drives this one down towards long on for single. So let's go on to 84. 84 is the score.
So 84 for what? 2?
3.
3? 84 for 3. And just to speak a little bit about our sponsors, we have a new sponsor on board. New sponsor in Lakes World. Lakes World, our newest brand sponsor. And we thank Lakes World, all the other sponsors, Anglec, Nagico, Digicel, NCBA, Zemi Beach, get back to some of these because they're almost ready to go again.
Looking at the new ball, I believe that is, I'm not certain, not certain as to who the bowler is. That might be looking at the lineup. That might be wasn't Mintos. That is Mintos. He's been brought into the side today, and he's the only one I have not seen as yet. So that looks like it's going to be wasn't. Stop it, but they're gonna look for a third run, will they? No, they only get 2. The great stop there on the boundary down there in the mid-wicket region, and they only get 2 runs. So it's Mintos. He's a bit short to start off with. He'll want to find his length very quickly. Wasn't Mintos. Just some field adjustments being made. The backward square comes a lot squarer. So it wasn't Mintos walking from this the commentary booth end, bowling left arm off spin, and that's a much better length. But cut away past the third man fielder, they will get 1, and looking for 2, they'll get the second run. So he's a left arm off spinner. Looking, he looks quite good. He's rather tall as wasn't Mintos, so he should get good bounce. Mintos, the bowler here from the commentary box end. Another left arm off spinner. This time going around the wicket into Walker. This one turned very quickly to the leg side. They'll run 1 run. So they've allowed Leonard to have a bit of a breather from this commentary box end. He's only bowled 2 overs so far, or 3. We'll have to get confirmation from the scorers, but they have another left arm off spinner in their ranks. And the farmer wasn't Mintos. So it's Mintos here from the commentary box end. Passes umpire into bowl to Northern Lake. Lake is forward and driving. Looking to get past the short cover. They won't get a run. So Mintos he's looking quite a good cricketer. Quite a good off spinner. And walking away again. Passing umpire into bowl to Lake. This one driven down the ground back to the bowler for no run. So his line, just looking at his line, his line and his length, he's bowling about back of a good length, which is where you want an off spinner to be. This one is fuller by Mintos and driven down towards the backward square leg region. They will only run 1 run. So it was driven away. So that's the end of Mintos' over, and the score is 90 with 90 for 3 is the score for the Pointers. 90 for 3.
Swung high and hard out towards the man. He'll drive it up quickly. A brilliant catch there by the man. Is it Mentos?
I think that's Ashley White. I'm not sure,
yes.
But that's a fantastic catch either way. He had to come forward rather quickly. It was not a Lake who went for a bit of a sweep. It was aerial, and he came forward and dove and took a great catch.
Go forward and was able to come up with that ball
welcome Keystone Graves into the ball by ball.
Yeah, what a catch. What a catch. Good afternoon. Mentos just came off bowling over number 13th over. Ended his spell. Left arm spinner. And out on the deep mid wicket, deep square leg boundary, man. And the ball was dipping and he just dived forward and took it inches from the surface. Brilliant catch. One of the finest catches I've seen in this tournament. Certainly will go down as one of the finest. So further setback for the Beamers, losing the wicket of Northern Lake as Neville, is that Neville Hamilton? Yeah, looks like Neville yes, looks like Neville Hamilton. It's Hamilton going out to partner Walker. So the Beamers are further setback, 90 for 4 now. 90 for 4 in over. This is over number 14 been bowled. Wow. And Joe Gums, the wily old fox of Anguilla cricket. He's played many interesting games here. And Joe Gums is about the best you can. Strategist, one who understands and reads the game, loves it dearly to his dear heart, and just a wonderful personality. Joe Gums, we call him Baba. Outstanding cricketer over the years, has done yeoman service for Anguilla, and here he is representing his team, the Beamers of Stony Ground. 90 for the loss of 4 wickets, going at 176 if they're to win this competition, but that certainly now is looking quite a long way away. They crossed in the process, so Oliver Walker, who's batted quite well, the only real hope in the batting, left for the Beamers based on the lineup that we are seeing today. He's a good player, touch player, elegant player, classy player, but he'll be facing the wily old fox. Lots of guile, Joe Gums. Not easy to get off the square. Here he is, over number 14, 90 for 4. He drives this one back past Joe Gums. He hardly misses those. It's not often you see him miss those. Driven up out to a long off. Oliver gets himself another run, and it's now 91 for 4 of the Beamers. Neville Hamilton comes into strike, and we can't certainly, Alkin, stop talking about that catch by Mintos at square leg.
It certainly was one of the
brilliant catch.
Brilliant catches. We've seen quite a few.
Yeah.
To tell you that.
Joe Gums it is from the far end. He's up now and Bowser Hamilton outside the line of the leg stump. A wide will be called and signaled by umpire Colin Liddy. Standing umpire at the far end, umpire Ralph Hodge fixes his hat and square leg, looking directly into the sun. Here is Joe Gums into Hamilton. Hamilton, father of Jama Hamilton, the West Indies player, comes behind this one defensively. Plays it back up along the pitch. Joe Gums it is, right arm over the wicket, loops this one up, and Hamilton feels for this one, but he gets it, squeezes this one into the outside field and gets off the mark. So Hamilton is 1. The score is now 92 for 4 in the course of over number 14. Tony, what's the score for Walker? 93 is the score. 14 to Walker, got you. Joe Gums, short, and this one is hit high in the air, out to mid-wicket. Another catch here for Mentos. So Walker goes. It was short. Walker went back, looking to hit it over the mid-wicket boundary, but with the strong breeze that has been prevailing all day, all night, over the last few days, even into the last week or so, hitting directly into the wind, and Mentos settled under it at deep square leg and took another catch. So Oliver Walker turns and walks to the players' pavilion out for 15. The score is now 92 for the loss of 5, the Beamers. Alkins Rogers.
Wickets when they should really be scoring plenty runs, because to get up to 176
think they will require one. 84, somewhere around there. Runs, more runs. And it's like almost impossible here from this juncture. And the batsmen that they have in the wicket now will really have to change direction completely. 180 degree, 200 degree turn around. The type of batting they normally do. And with Joseph Gums bowling as well as he has bowled, Joseph Gums is one of those players who he studies the game, and everything he does is about the game.
Gums it is. 3 wickets under his belt. Goes in both to the batsman that looks like Delano. Yes, Delano Messelton misses it completely. And it goes into the gloves of Burton. So it's 93, Tony. 93 for the loss of 5. The Beamerz going at 175.
Yes.
76 in fact.
6 for victory, and it's a tall order here with the type of bowling that the Beamerz they have. It's almost impossible for the, even though nothing is impossible, but with the batting that's left for the pointers, I honestly don't see them. If you're going to be realistic, I don't see them getting there. It will take a Herculean effort from here on in for them to get up to this mammoth. But we'll see.
We'll have to see.
You never can underestimate anyone.
Good old cricket. It's 93 for 5, and Hamilton turns it into the onside, gets his second run. So the score moves now to 94. 94 for 5. Hamilton is 2. Delano Mussington just gone in. 4 wickets for Joe Gums. 1 for Yannick Leonard, the other spinner. Mintos, the left armour, operating from the commentary box. Left arm around the wicket into Delano. Tucks this one into the onside and gets off the mark. 95 it is now. 95 for 5. Delano is 1. Delano Mussington is 1. And Neville Hamilton comes back into strike. He's got 2. 95 for 5 in the course of the 15th over. This one is pushed into the offside field very quickly. And again, another single taken. Hamilton goes to 3. Singles coming here, but singles will not do it.
13 thereabout runs for over. And anything under that
Hamilton 3, the non-strike. Delano 1. This one is carried up. Delano onto the front foot. No runs can be scored here. Played into the offside, out into the extra cover region. Joe Gums is there. The evergreen. Mentos, tall figure. Left arm bowling around the wicket to the right, and Delano. Delano comes forward. In defense, he can do nothing further, nothing more than push the ball back up along the pitch on the onside. Lost the sunshine momentarily. So it's quite a breezy afternoon here in the park as Mentos goes in and goes this one to Delano. He pushes it into the offside. Joe Gums is slightly deep, and the single easily taken. 96 now for 5. 96 for 5 at the end of over number 15. So after 15 Alkins, the Beamerz are 96 for 5.
96 for 5, and they require another roughly 80 runs. And from 5 overs, you're talking a lot of runs required. So they don't see the point here. Really would have to be efforts beyond really what we have seen this far.
Just looking at the tape.
To get up.
That's right. Just looking at the table here after 15. The Beamerz were 138 for 2. Just looking at the comparative scores. So 96 for 5. As we're about to see the start of over number 16. It will be bowled by, who's the bowler on this occasion? That looks like Skellicky? Yes, it is. Dylan, who batted so well today.
Dylan got to 75, 8 fours, 3 sixes or 41 balls. So Dylan Skellicky, he'll be bowling to Delano Mossington. Delano has 2, 96 for 5. As George Kenchis slips in to replace Alkins. This one is a wide outside the leg stump, passes the keeper, comes down to fine leg. The man from third man, short third man comes to, that's Mintos, and they amble back for what, 3 or 2? So it's, so is it 99 now, 99 or 98? So poor delivery there by Dylan Skellicky, one that probably slipped from his fingers, went wide of the leg stump. Wide was signaled by umpire Liddy. What's the score? 101. So it's 101 for 5 in the course of this, the 16th over. Skellicky, Dylan loops this one up. Hamilton drives past the man at straightish mid wicket. Wide long on. Comes off the boundary. That's Yannick Leonard. And Hamilton gets another run. We'll get his score for you in just a while. It's 102 now for 5. As Dylan Skellicky, right arm from the far end. Delano swings and he's out, stump. Umpire Hodge raises his finger at square leg, he's out. Going out of his crease, looking to swing the ball down to back of the square. Missed it completely and a wide. Actually signaled by umpire Liddy, rather belatedly, but umpire Hodge had his finger up very quickly at square leg. So Delano Mossington is not creating any real trouble for the yes, you can be out of a wide. He's out stump. Yep. So Delano is out. For those of you who are not too au fait with cricket, yes, you can be out. Stump over wide. So Delano goes. So 6 wicket goes down. It's now 102 for 6, and the pointers really up against it now, George.
Having reached 72 without loss, that's at the course of the point.
Yep.
When we saw the score of Maoist wicket, that seemed to trigger a slight collapse by the pointers. And we've been 72 to 2, and it's now just 102 6.
Tony, who's that?
31's added
The batter.
in the course of the 17th and the 16th over. So I think pointers are forced to lose this match.
So 102 for 6. The new man will get him for you. Skellicky will continue from the far end. Skellicky in his first over here, picking up the wicket of Delano Mossington. Stump Burton. One he angled down the onside. Delano looking to swing it around down to back of the square. Missed it completely, lost his footing. And the keeper Burton made no mistake behind the stumps. 106 for 6. And this one is pushed to 102 for 6. I beg your pardon. Pushed into the onside, but there's no run. Who's the batsman that looks like? Is it Kolanda? Pushed into the onside. We'll get that for you confirmed. As Skellicky comes in once more and bowls. This one outside the line of the leg stump. Wide signal by umpire Liddy. 103 it is now. 103 for 6 in over number 16. Been bowled by Dylan Skellicky. Right arm off breaks from the far end. Thus, this one is driven nicely through the offside field, but there's a man on the deep cover boundary, the sweeper. Captain Shaka Hodge is out there. And the batsman, we're still trying to get his name here, trying to pick him up, gets off the mark. It's now 104. 104 for 6. Neville Hamilton is there now. Skellicky comes into Hamilton. Hamilton swings at this one, and he is in fact taking that on the pad. The left pad ricocheted behind the keeper. In fact, it came off the bat. There was no signal from the umpire. We thought it might have been a leg by, but no signal from umpire Liddy. 105 it is now for 6. Another run for Hamilton. I think Hamilton is on 6.
as we're still trying to get the name of a new player who drives powerfully through the offside field, but there's a man on the wide long off boundary. If he is well, gets to throw back into the bowler, and just a single. So 107 it is, or 106? 106 for 6 after 16 overs.
16 overs. Chasing down a total of 175. And at this stage here, with 4 overs to go, it seems unlikely that the remainder of the pointers that the score is beyond their reach.
So it's 106 for 6. And we're about to see Tash is the new batsman. We've got it now. Got it all sorted out. Thank you so very much. Tash is the new batsman. And he's actually on strike. So Tash is off the mark. He's 1. Hamilton is 5. 106 is the score. And we're about to see Mintus continuing in this, the 17th over. Left arm around the wicket. Into Tash. And Tash swings at this one. A loud appeal shouted at umpire Hodge by the bowler and a few of the close fielders. But Hodge remains unmoved with a yellow cap over his black hat, as Mintus goes in now and bows to Tash, and Tash turns this one very fine. Down to fine leg, long run for the man at short third man, down to fine leg. That's Yannick Leonard. And they get 2 runs. 4 runs? The signal coming. Yes, the signal coming now. So Yannick could not take it. 4 leg buys. So we've gone now to 110. 110 for 6. Mentos turns this one. Again carries this one up. Mentos is gesticulating, throwing his arms up at the umpire, begging for the decision to go his way. Umpire Hodge will have none of it. Off the pad it went into the onside. Score is kept on 110. 111 actually. Yeah. The late David Shepherd would have been on one of his legs jumping with 111. This one is turned nicely out to the man at mid-wicket. That Chapeau has some running to do. Fieldsman coming in off the deep square boundary. Gets it into the keeper. So Tash get another run. He goes to 2. It's 112 now. 112 for 6 in over number 17. Been bowled by Mentos. Around the wicket to the right-handed Hamilton, who swings at this one, goes in the air. Someone is getting under it. The catch is taken. Hamilton is gone. It's wicket number 7 down for the Pointers. Hamilton looking to hoist this over mid-wicket. Took it on the outer portion of the bat. It just ballooned to the man at point. So Hamilton loses his wicket. 7 wickets down now for 112. 112 for 7.
So this seems to be all over the Pointers at this stage. There seems to be very little resistance of the remaining batsmen coming into the crease. Taking into consideration that one of their top batsmen, Andrew Hobart, seemed to have been injured during the early part when the Pointers were fielding. I think he could have made a significant difference to the Pointers batting.
And as you speak, Herbert is actually coming out, but we know he has a shoulder injury. His right shoulder had to be taken out of the attack earlier. In fact, someone had to complete his spell. So he's going out now to partner Tash. So Herbert is going out. It's the Pointers really in deep trouble now. 112 for 7. 7 down for 112 in over number 17. So Herbert goes out. He's going to the striker's end. Mintus picks up his first wicket. Joe Gomes has 4 to his name. Yannick Leonard 1. So Mintus gets his first card, bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Herbert, who turns this one into the onside. Gets an easy run to mid-wicket. So immediately Herbert is off the mark. It's 113. So 17 overs completed. It's 113 for 7, the Pointers.
speed in just observing Mintus bowling over the wicket. With some practice, I believe he can make a very good left-arm spin ball.
Yeah, he looks good. Looks very tight.
Pretty tight in his mind so far. As the tournament goes on, and probably the next year's tournament, Mintus could provide some challenges for batsmen.
So Herbert is on 1, Tash has 2. The pointers 113 for 7. We're about to see the start of over number 18, and it will be bowled by the left arm spinner Yannick Leonard, who's been switched to the far end. So he's coming between the umpire and the stump, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Herbert. Here is Leonard, left arm from the far end, into Herbert, who goes back, and ooh, that one kept a little low and sped it into the stump, speared into the leg stump, and he just managed to get the bat down in time, pushed it into the offside field. Yannick Leonard in over number 18, 113 for 7, and goes in both to the batsman Herbert. A loud shout for LBW, and he's been given out. LBW by umpire Liddy. Herbert looking to turn the ball into the onside. It was a faster, straighter delivery, one that was pushed through by the left arm spinner, bowling around the wicket, straightened perhaps. And umpire Liddy, the appeal, answering the call of the bowler Leonard, picking up his second wicket. Further trouble for the pointers. They are now 113 for 8. So second wicket for Leonard. 4 for Jugams, 2 for Leonard and 1 for Mentos. So all spin attack here, doing the damage for the Beamerz this afternoon. The spinners have been in charge, large and in charge.
When we expected the wicket earlier this afternoon, we both concluded that at some stage the spinners would have made a significant impact on the outcome of this game.
And they have certainly done so. They've lived up to their billing. There were a couple of patches that we looked at that we said a good spinner in these breezy conditions, once you can pitch it in the right spots, you will get some purchase. There were some areas there that we had looked at was a little fragile. Some cracks were beginning to open up in some areas, and certainly they're being exploited here by the spinners for the Beamerz. It's 113 for 8. Who's the new man now? Tony? The Callender, yes, got you. John Callender is the new batter. He's a left-hander. So here is Yannick over the wicket, and he goes back and hits this one into the backward point area. A single. Mentos having some running to do to his right. So Callender is off the mark. It's 114 for 8. And we're in the course of the 19th over. It's been bowled by Yannick Leonard. So Leonard will be going between the umpire and stump, around the wicket now to the right-handed batsman. That's Tash. He's on 2. 114 for 8. Yannick Leonard goes in now from the far end and bowls to the batsman. A loud shout again here. Umpire Liddy has a look. The batsman has moved away, smartly so. Not giving the umpire the time that he perhaps would to study exactly where the ball would have pitched, but he concluded in his own opinion that the ball struck him outside the line. So Yannick Leonard will try once more. 8 down for 114. The pointers. This one is a faster flatter delivery, and he's bowled him all over the shop. Going back one, again another faster flatter delivery. Yannick Leonard has been very, very much this type of bowler. He rushes on the ball. The ball tends to come on very quickly. He has a very nippy, fast arm action. And there was Tash playing back when he rightfully should have been coming onto the front foot. But he played back and he lost his stump. So 9 down now, the pointers. 114 for 9 in the 19th over, George Kentish.
And what we saw there was Yannick Leonard decided to push the ball through at a much faster pace. We saw him beating Herbert earlier on in the game, and this time pushing
That was Tash.
on the back foot and having him So, pointers reply to Beamerz score of 175 or 140 and 84.
So
Third wicket for Yannick Leonard.
yes, wicket number 3 for Leonard, 4 for Joe Gums and 2 for, I think the other going to Mintus. So the last pair at the wicket here now. The pointers 114 for 9. As Yannick Leonard, who's the new man? Carlisle Hughes. As Yannick over the wicket now to Hughes, who goes back and just pushes the ball up on the offside of the pitch. The end of the over number 19. So after 18 overs, I beg your pardon, the pointers are 114 for 9.
The game on the Beamerz continue very well satisfied with the performance of the team today, especially by the spinners and Joe Gums, who's been doing very active and seamless music.
The evergreen.
Taking 4 of the wickets that have fallen so far. And we saw some brilliant fielding. They 2 catches off his wing and squarely against the wicket earlier.
So wicket each for Skellicky and Mintos, 4 for Joe Gums and 3 for Yannick Leonard. All spin attack, all the spinners, they've done the damage here. 114 for 9, and I was told by my friend Lloyd Gums that the pointers were actually bowled out in their last game. So the Beamerz looking for their 3rd victory in the competition, and they're very close to it at this time. Over number 19 is Mintos now over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. That's Colander, who plays at this one outside the off stump, and it goes through into the gloves of the keeper. Mintos again, tall figure, goes up, bowls to Colander, who swings at this one. The keeper goes up for a catch. The bowler is asking rather belatedly and jokingly so. And this certainly adds to the spectacle, begging really for it. But he did it in a fun and joking manner. He goes in now. This one, the batsman goes back, Colander, and it's a bad bit of feeling here, misfeeling here out to the man at point. Colander gets another run. 115 it is now for 9 in the course of over number 19. Just 3 deliveries of over 19. 115 for 9. The 19th over in progress, been bowled from the commentary box end as Mintos goes in and bowls this one to the batsman. Tash to, who's that? That's Carlisle. Hughes. Again, this one is tossed up to Hughes, who swings this one out into that mid-wicket area. There's a good bit of footwork out there by Lindell Richardson, but he stops it with the boot, and it ricochets off the boot across the boundary line. So 4 lucky runs here, fortuitously. So 119 is the score. So that one was sung by Carlisle Hughes out to that just forward of the square, deep backward square, and got 4 runs. Here is Mintos once more, 119 for 9. This one is driven out to long off, wide long off, powerfully so. They're looking for a second run, but it's not there. Throw goes into the bowler's end. 120 it is. 120, so 19 has been completed. 120 for 9. The pointers.
So, opening his arms a bit here.
So, sorry.
At this stage, I think the point was definitely out of the game.
Oh, very far. 120 for 9. 176 was the victory target set. And it'll be Yannick Leonard with the final over. He's in now and bows this one into the offside field. It's played by Hughes, and there is no run. So 5 legal deliveries left in the competition. As Leonard goes in now once more and bows to Hughes, who attempts to swing this one through the mid-wicket boundary.
Comes off the lower portion of the bat. Perhaps the pad goes into the mid-wicket area where Chapeau picks the ball up and gets it back to Leonard. Ball number 3 of 20. In loops this one up. He drives this one straight over the bowler's head. There's a man out that long on, and a single taken by Hughes. 121 it is now. 121 for 9 in the final over here for the Pointers. Leonard is giving this one up to Calendar. Hits it out to mid-wicket deep. There's a man on the boundary. That's Joe Gums. Lobs the ball back into the bowler. And so Calendar gets another run. 121 for 9. Leonard loops this one up. And this one is driven high in the air straight over the bowler's head. There's a man coming off the long on boundary. Just a single. That looks like Skellicky. 122 for 9. This, I take it, would be the final delivery. 123. So I'm behind by 123 for 9. Leonard is in. Faster delivery. Stumping here. He's gone. Ralph Hodge's finger goes up. So that's the end of the innings. Again, we see the Pointers being bowled out. 123 all out. So victory for the Beamers. It's the end of the game, Leonard. George Kentish. The Leonard picking up wicket number 4. 4 for Joe Gums, 1 for Skellicky, and the other for Mintus.
It has been a very interesting game so far. What we've seen here, spinners for Beamerz, they have really been, to say, unplayable this afternoon, and particularly Joe Gums. He was well supported. Yannick Leonard taking 4 wickets, they both took 4 wickets here. The Pointers have no real answer to the spin of Beamerz.
So there we have it, victory for the Beamers from the Stony Ground area. Their players are just making their way off the field. The umpires just doing the wrapping up at the pitch. But another fine victory, victory number 3 for the Beamers. So in terms of the standings, the Beamers will now go to 6 points behind the Super Sixers, who have 8 points. The Pointers would drop down, they remain on 2, and the Razor Massive, they're yet to score a point in the competition. Bottom of the 4-team table. So it's the Sixers with 8 points. The victory here for the Beamers will take them to 6 points. The Pointers losing again. They will remain on 2 points, just winning 1 game. And the Razor Massive of Island Harbour playing 4 matches, and they're yet to win a game. So congratulations here to the Beamers. 4 wickets for the Evergreen, Joe Gums. 4 wickets for the left-arm spinner, Yannick Leonard. And 1 each for Dylan Skellicky and Mintus, Wasim Mintus, new player into the team. So the Pointers all out for 123. They were set 176 to win this game of 20 overs and been falling short here this afternoon. And Skellicky, who batted well today, got 75 in a wonderful knock. At one stage, the Beamers took 100 off the first 10 overs, fell back in the second 10, but had the bowling power. Their spinners really came through for them here today. And victory for the Beamers from Stony Ground over the Pointers from the Blowing Point and the western part of the island. Beamers victorious here, getting the Pointers, bowling out the Pointers for 123. When the Beamers batted, Skellicky, as I said, got 75. Lyndall Richardson got 15. Dion Burton got 42. Shaka Hodge got 23 not out in 175 for 3 of their 20 overs. Omari Banks, coming into the Pointers team today, played very well for his 51, really looked the part. But after losing Omari for 51, Leon Lake got 21, 15 for Oliver Walker, one of their better players. And after losing Omari, Leon Lake and Walker Then you had John and Northern Lake going. That they were certainly on the ropes. The writing was on the wall for the pointers. Being bowled out here, the second time in the competition they've been bowled out. 123 all out, going at 176 for victory. And the winning team here this afternoon being the Beamerz of Stony Ground, winning quite comfortably in the end, led by their spinners. 4 wickets for Joe Gams, 4 for Yannick Leonard, 1 each for Mintos, and the other going to Dylan Skellecki. So on behalf of our commentary team, George Kentish, Tony Fleming, Carl Bryan, Alkins Rogers, and the rest of our scorer, Livington Clifton. We've got Lloyd Gums from Lloyd Gums Live, and also Clean Stream also providing coverage here for not only the Anguillan public but certainly for the world at large. We say goodbye from the James Ronald Webster Park. Momentarily we'll be having the presentation. The Player of the Awards for yesterday and today will be presented to the various players who will pick up those awards. So from me, Keith Stone Graves, back to the studio. Thank you so very much for listening. We'll be back here next weekend, Saturday at 1:30, and also on Sunday next week at 1:30. So from us, it's goodbye from the James Ronald Webster Park.
I don't know how far his thing
But I
could
don't want
reach.
that in the picture. That's it, that's right there. You get it up top for you.
Closing out of this match ceremony. So we asking both teams. The Beamers, come forward please. And the pointers. So we will be having a presentation in a few minutes. And we ask the team please, we're gonna start charging a fine if you're not around for the closing ceremony, because this is supposed to happen immediately. It supersedes everything else. No excuses.
Anytime they leave, they get trouble. If they win a match, they will
Swarming, right?
I know them. I've had to deal with them for years. For years. They are just. You gonna pick up everything here? Here is good. Okay. Oh, this is 100 for the.
That's okay. If he's not here, we'll just announce it that he's the man of match yesterday, and we'll bring it to him later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the ceremony. You all can come closer. We don't bite.
Don't look for the final. Don't look for the final.
Not as yet. Okay, pleasant good evening to all, and welcome to the closing ceremony. I'm going to ask the doc, the man whose idea why we are here today. Put your hands together for the doc and welcome him as he say a few words. Doc.
Well, good evening, guys. It's this is what we were hoping to get when we started this, to bring back out the players like Omari. Good batting today. You make it beautiful. That's what we want to see. The young people need to see, the history come back, and also the mentoring that is necessary. It's good to see Bob out there bowling again like he used to back in the 80s and 90s. That's awesome. Even Chapeau took a catch. I mean, I was rolling up there in the pavilion, It's awesome stuff. But I'm really impressed that this is doing what it was intended to do, to bring cricket back to Anguilla. And, I thank you guys for showing up and for making the game competitive and for making it worthwhile for the spectators to come out. And this is only the beginning. I think that from here we get the kiddie cricket going, the youth cricket, and then you guys, in your sunset can, help the young guys to come up and be as good as you are. So thanks again. This was a great game. The whole weekend was good, and it shows that the games are getting better. The more runs are being scored. The bowling is getting tighter. And I think that, the world is watching this and knowing that Anguilla is back on the map in cricket. So thank you all again. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank the spectators for coming out and all the participants. the Minutemen for keeping us entertained, and the DJs and everything, the commentators, umpires, everyone. So thank you for that, and we'll move on to the man of the match ceremony.
We are going to announce today's man of the match first, and then we will move on to the man of the match for yesterday. Last week we're going to deal with sometime. So, the man of the match today for a brilliant knock from a young gentleman who really played strokes all over the field, Dylan Skellicky. Is he anywhere here?
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, it's a pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations. You did great today. You're making the sport worthwhile and everybody coming out to see. So thanks. You have a few words to say to your fans?
We did a great job today. I want to thank my teammates as well for the support. Thanks, guys. Good job today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skelly. Well played today. And the man of the match for yesterday, none other than, again, a brilliant all-round performance, Jadel Richardson. Let's hear it for Mr. Richardson from the Super Sixers. Congrats. Is he around? Oh, he is coming. Let's hear it for Jadel.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. It seems like we keep giving you these every weekend, so that's awesome. Thank you. Any comments to say?
No, just thanks everyone for coming out again. I realize the park is getting even bigger and bigger every day, so just say thanks to all the supporters.
Amen. Thank you again. Appreciate it. We'll take care of you after.
Well, thank you all. I don't know if the Omari or the captain for the Pointers would want to say something. You know. Let's hear it for Leon.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the Beamerz. Very, very well played, Mr. Skelky. Very well played. Mr. Banks, it's a pleasure to have you back. Well done, buddy. First of all, I thought that they got away with a good start. Dylan hit the ball very, very well, oddly. Once you get 100 out of 10, it was a lot of pressure. They could have get to 200, but I want to commend my team. We got them. They made 75 after the last 10 overs. So I want to commend my team. When we started, we got a good start, and I got out and we got some pressure. But anybody making 175, 180, that's a big score. It's going to be tough, but you got to dig deep and get it. So I just want to congratulate the Beamerz and congratulate my team and congratulate you all, the organizers, everybody. The fans, keep coming, definitely. And I'm going to still say it, the Pointers will be the champions at the end of this.
Thank you very much. And again, Omari, you're just coming back. Anything you have to say to us? Come on. You have to say something. You have fans around. Okay?
Just congratulations to the Beamerz team. Well played, Skel. Well done to the skipper, Mushe. All right, cool. Well played to my teammates as well. Just happy to be out here. This is the first time I've played a game in, can't remember how much years now, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, some number. But it's always good to get back on the field and not only just play, but to have a bit of, camaraderie with the teammates, friends, and just everybody. So thanks for coming out, everybody. Appreciate the support, and we'll be better next time, so look out for that.
Well, thank you, Omari. And let's hear it for the two teams.
How about the captain on this side?
Yes, we come in and Lindell, you're going to speak to us? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd just like to say well played to my team, well done to Dylan. It was a good team effort today. We did the basics right. Well done to Baba. Good to see Bank back, my teammate. It was nice having you score your runs, but happening that you got out and we won the game. So well done to the team, and good to see the fans coming out. You know, keep the fans coming out. It's a good cricket, and let's continue playing.
Great job, and thank you. And thanks to all the supporters of both the teams and to all those who came out to watch these matches. We want you to keep coming, and we want to flood the park. So again, thanks and all the best going forward.
All right, good. Thank you. Yeah, you got that. Here's your phone right there.
Thank you once again for the presentation, Alkins and the Premier. Thank you so much. And DJ Vicious will continue. Please support the bar and the kitchen. We have a lot of more chicken and ribs.
Lately I've been wondering, could this be what I've been missing? You came into my world and I can't just let you walk away. So I follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause I can't fight this feeling. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. I'll find you wherever you are. Style and grace, you know you've got it. Oh girl, what a thing. Better find your loving, so sweet and genuine. My lips on your neck, every time we caress. I've tried but I could never forget. Oh baby, I follow the stars right to your heart, 'cause I can't fight this feeling. 'Tis a real thing. And I kiss every scar, just show me how far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'll find you wherever you are. Got to find you. It's been way too long. Got to find you. Just hold on till I get there. I'll know when I've reached my destination. Out here in this galaxy. When I get close, I feel your good vibration. And you know that it's me. Oh, follow the stars right to your heart. 'Cause girl, I know it's real. I had seen it from the start. I'll kiss every scar, yes. Just show me how far. And I'll find you wherever you are. 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 you wherever you are.